لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك جامع الناس ليوم لا ريب فيه إن الله لا يخلف الميعاد صدق الله العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين الفاتحة
We'd like to thank Hafiz Nuri Ören for the morning prayers. We would like to invite the President of Board of Directors of Turkish Accreditation Agency, Mr. Zafer Soylu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Deputy Minister, distinguished Presidents, distinguished General Directors, distinguished General Secretaries, distinguished guests and distinguished participants from all around the world connecting to us from different parts of the world. God's assistance be upon you. The project that has been undertaken by our agency and COMSEC now witnesses the second organization to overcome the hindrances of halal certification and widespread use of halal certification in different sectors is quite significant, and trust is actually the main element. We are all aware of the fact that interaction is quite important in the certification. All of the words that we spend here and all of the information that we share here and the ideas that we put forth are important for the globalization of trust in halal certification, so that we can establish a joint language between Islamic countries. We are sure that this will open new horizons for all of us. I don't want to take a lot of your time, and I don't want to keep you waiting, so I'd like to invite Deputy Minister I'd like to thank Deputy Minister Mustafa Tuzcu. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Trade and COMSEC and all of the participants and invitees. And I wish all of us success. And thank you so much. We would like to thank Mr. Zafer Soylu for his speech, and we would like to invite the CIMIC General Secretary İhsan Öğüt for his opening speech. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Deputy Minister of Trade, Republic of Turkey, Deputy President of Strategy, the President of HAK, representatives of agencies, institutions, ministers. I'd like to welcome you all, and I'd like to greet you with God's greetings. First of all, this is a significant conference on globalizing the trust in halal certification, and I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation to HAK. For CIMIC, it is important to increase the consciousness in the field of halal certification. For this reason, this activity is quite precious. In the members, actually, there is no similar project. This is a COMSEC project, and we have made use of this for 3-4 times, and we will now start a new project on that. This initiative by Republic of Turkey is not only significant for halal certification, but this is also important for other fields, and this is a significant leadership that is performed by Turkey. I'd like to congratulate them. This has not been done before in any country. Most of the time there are interests expected, but this is not the case here. As CIMIC, the member countries of CIMIC, starting from the institutionalization of CIMIC, given efforts, and these are very important. I'd like to express my gratitude for all these efforts by the member countries. First of all, it's important to have joint standards, and it is important to have the assessment or evaluation services in accordance with these standards. This has been on the agenda of the Muslim countries in the last years. In general, in the world, in terms of halal certification, there are more than 300 institutions. Most of the time, they work with the same rationale, and there are similar documents throughout the world. For the end users and for the production institutions, this has created some kind of a problem in terms of trust. For this reason, a common denominator is needed in the field of halal certification. I have been working as General Secretary in the last 7 years. I think this is a real pain for the Islamic countries. We are still having difficulty in terms of talking about a single standard. In the last 15 years, actually, although we had an alternative, we have not come to an end. Between the members of COMSEC, standardization has been a significant issue. For this reason, a joint and independent institution to be established, and all the Islamic countries to be gathered under a single roof in order to accept common standards have been the aim, and CIMIC has been established with this aim in Istanbul. Within the scope of COMSEC, until 2010, more than 40 members of COMSEC have participated in the halal certification discussions, so that 3 standard documents were accepted. In 2010, all these efforts have been transferred to CIMIC, so these have been undertaken on professional basis by CIMIC. In the establishment of the standards, Turkish Standards Institute and Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Foreign Trade, these have been influential, and they have participated significantly in the establishment of these standards. It's necessary to remember these. 12 countries at the beginning were in CIMIC. Right now, the number has increased. Starting with halal food, establishment of joint standards is what CIMIC is trying to do together with other activities. When we take a look at CIMIC standards, they have been widespreadly used, and they are the basis of several standards. Turkey it has adopted TSE by CIMIC, and this standard practice sets an exemplary for the other countries. So the quality infrastructure is set in Turkey, and it's very important to have this here. As a result of common conscience and halal accreditation institution has been established, and it is we are very proud to have this distinguished Deputy Minister, distinguished participants, use of CIMIC standards in the world efficiently, and production by CIMIC standards. This is one of our significant targets. All of the halal certification institutions working in the world should come together under common standards. This is very important for the consumers and for the producers. The efforts and of CIMIC are for this purpose. This is also important for the reputation of the halal products. This will abolish the commercial hindrances and will build reliability, will build trust. There are 42 standards right now, and these are under the roof of CIMIC, which are suitable with international standards. These are prepared with the participation of the stakeholders and revised accordingly. In this scope, halal food accreditation and certification, halal cosmetics, supply chain, jelly, halal management systems, experimental laboratories, personnel certification. These are the other issues that 16 further standards have been published. In halal certification, there are certain problems that we are faced with. First of all, the international standards are not preferred by the countries. There are some recognition systems in certain countries, and because of this, the countries insist on their national recognition systems, national accreditation systems. This is actually in contradiction with the halal accreditation system. The countries should stop doing that. For this reason, they should take some joint steps. In this context, under CIMIC roof, OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure has been discussed. It is important to take this into account in Islamic countries. Only by this way it is possible to ensure the accreditation system based on trust. And as this certificate will be valid in all of the places. Halal consumption is obligatory, is mandatory for the Muslims. The food consumption is significant throughout the world, and this investment in this respect is very important for all of the human beings. Using the CIMIC standards is significant for consumption purposes. For this reason, I'd like to thank you for your efforts to support CIMIC. It is important to serve the Muslim society, and we invite everyone to support CIMIC and to participate the technical work that is required for CIMIC. And I'd like to greet all of you with respect. Thank you. We would like to thank Mr. İhsan Ögüt for his opening speech, and we would like to invite the Strategy and Budget Deputy President Rıdvan Ağoğlu from the Presidential Office. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Deputy Minister, distinguished President of HAK, distinguished General Secretary of CIMIC, distinguished participants participating online and face-to-face, I'd like to greet all of you with respect. I'd like to greet with the greetings of God. I'd like to address you with His name. Today we are here for the International Conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification, which is organized by Halal Accreditation Agency. I am honored to address you with this purpose. We would like to thank those who have organized this significant organization. Mr. Mustafa Tuzcu, on his behalf, I'd like to thank Halal Accreditation Agency, the Ministry of Trade, our COMSEC Coordination Office. I'd like to thank them all. And I'd like to express my gratitude. As you know, our sister countries are significant for us, and we value developing economic ties with them in different platforms. We work with this aim. The Strategy and Budget Presidency under the presidency of Turkey, as you know, we are hosting İSEDAK, and we are contributing significantly to what they are doing, and we are honored to do that. We are honored to serve the platform of COMSEC. As you know, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan is the president of COMSEC and is the supreme platform between ministers among Islamic countries. Our common economic problems are discussed there. This platform is quite significant for developing our relations. It's a policy forum that we are all in. You might recall in 2013 the strategy document has entered into force. It was the outcome of the fruitful efforts that have been spent. So we had this strategy document that entered into force in 2013. The project financing model was introduced by the help of this strategy document. The General Secretary has also mentioned that it's quite a significant mechanism that was introduced starting from 2013. With our sister countries, we had the opportunity to implement this model within the scope of COMSEC. With our sister countries, trade, agriculture, tourism, transportation, communication, alleviation of poverty, financial cooperation were the areas that we tried to develop capacity, and we tried this by the help of several projects. Until now, until 2021, 24 member countries and 3 Islamic cooperation institutions have undertaken 83 projects successfully under the roof of this project model. Of course, if you include the stakeholder countries, as I mentioned earlier, you can go beyond the number of the countries that have benefited from these projects by the help of this model. You can easily see that. At the same time, it is necessary to take into account the changing and developing conditions. This leads to diversification of the projects. As you know, in the last 2 years, not only the Islamic countries, but all of the countries in the world have been dealing with COVID-19, the pandemic. When you take a look at the adverse impact of the pandemic, there was the intervention program that was developed for the COMSEC countries. We have initiated this. Al-Quds and the special conditions in Palestine had also led to special decisions, which was the program for Al-Quds by COMSEC. 41 projects were supported, and they are at the stage of implementation. This is actually one of the fruits of the 41 projects that have been undertaken. Within the scope of this project financing, the CIMIC Halal quality infrastructure and CIMIC Halal accreditation, those were the 2 important steps. By the contributions of the Ministry of Trade, this project has been implemented successfully. As you know, this is not the first activity that we do within the scope of this project. We also had a training in this respect under the scope of this project last month, and we tried to develop cooperation. This is actually the second activity, the international conference, which is quite significant for halal certification. It will improve the level of consciousness in this area among the countries. The President and the General Secretary have already mentioned in their speeches, partially, the halal certification has been lengthily discussed in the Islamic world and in the other countries of the world as well. The point that we reached under the light of the discussions, we have been introduced to many new pieces of information and novel ideas. Halal certification has been discussed for a long time, and this had a different perception in the Islamic world. How can we see that? I'd like to remind a hadith by our Prophet Muhammad in order to understand the importance of the discussions. This hadith is also included in Bukhari as well. Halal is obvious, so is non-halal. The sentence he spent is important for us in order to understand the importance of halal certification discussions. It can constitute the origin of that, actually. Between the two of them, there are some doubtful issues which most of the individuals do not know. When the Prophet said that most of the people do not know that, this gray area, in other words, we want to narrow it down to the extent possible, and we want to make it as much predictable as we can. For this reason, we are working hard on halal certification. The issue points out by the Prophet gives us an idea about the importance of our efforts in halal certification. As known, CIMIC is the institution for identification of halal standards. It is the authorized platform, and it is hosted by our country. As mentioned earlier, member countries of COMSEC are trying hard for having joint standards until 1984. Since 1984, this has been the issue in several ministerial discussions in Islamic countries, in COMSEC countries. The harmonization of standards has been the top agenda item. CIMIC is established under the light of these discussions. It is quite an important institution in standardization, accreditation, and certification. CIMIC has taken significant steps, and I'd like to express my gratitude for all these efforts. The stakeholder countries have taken part actively in the technical activities that are undertaken by CIMIC. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but there's something that I'd like to touch upon as well. Halal certification and accreditation are included in the basic policy documents of our country as well. I have to mention this so as to cover all of the topics related to this issue. Halal economy has a significant volume of 4 trillion USD throughout the world. In the Islamic countries, and this share should be the share of Islamic countries must be increased as well as our country's share. In the 11th development plan, actually there are efforts to increase the share from this global halal market. For this reason, we value what the Halal Accreditation Agency is doing right now, and we want to support them. This is what we believe, and we are aware of this fact. The export companies, they should also be supported in this respect. It's important to provide support to them. The relevant international institutions in the field of halal accreditation, we have to cooperate with them. We are aware of the importance of this cooperation. The halal standards in our countries, actually, we try to increase the consciousness in this respect, and we want to deepen the cooperation between the countries. Distinguished guests, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd like to thank you for your participation, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this significant meeting. I wish all of you success, and I wish this meeting to be a beneficial one to all of us. Thank you so much. I'd like to greet all of you with respect. We would like to thank Deputy President Mr. Rıdvan Ağoğlu for his opening speech. The last speech is by Deputy Minister Mustafa Tuzcu from Ministry of Trade. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'd like to greet you with respect. May God's peace and prosperity be upon you. I'd like to greet all of the participants, online and face-to-face participants and stakeholders, and thank them for their contributions, for their efforts. And I'd like to thank those who took part in the organization of this conference, starting with Halal Accreditation Agency, CIMIC, General Secretary, on behalf of CIMIC General Secretary to CIMIC, and to our ministry, and to the Strategy and Budget Presidency of the Presidency, and to COMSEC and Project Office for their contributions. Distinguished participants, international commerce changes rapidly, and as you know, global commerce has increased with the technology and transportation facilities. So in parallel with the changes in global commerce, the countries try to change their economies, strategies, and consumption. But when we take a look at this change, actually there is this constant of Islam, which is the concept of halal. It never changes. This is a guide that has been provided to us by Islam. There is a guide provided to us, and this guide is more significant than ever in the rapid transformation era. There are several topics that are discussed, and these guidelines are quite significant for the consumer preferences. In accordance with these developments, as the previous speakers mentioned, in the last decades, the bureaucracy has been more complicated for commerce, and the halal markets have become a global market. It's not only important for the Muslims, but non-Muslim consumers prefer halal food and services. So the volume is more than 2 trillion. Halal within like hygiene, savings, respect to environment and living things. These are the principles of Islam, and it is like an intersection cluster for several issues. Many topics that are discussed in global commerce are in connection with the principles of Islam that have been set forth centuries ago, like production with environmental concerns, like savings, like conscious consumption. These are the advices by Islam, and this will be wider with halal certification. The production and trade financing of halal products have become more complicated and more important. These issues will be discussed in tomorrow's panels as well. But after the pandemic, Since there has been an inclination to e-commerce, halal products have been transported to this field as well, and the digital footprints of halal production, the origins of the products, it is now more important. So we are now faced with a new process. Of course, because of the scale, which is starting from Southeastern Asia to Middle East to Europe and to North America, the demand for halal products has increased, and this led to an increase in halal certification, and it will be diversified in future, this is for sure. But in this complicated structure, when we take a look at from the perspective of commerce, we have to take into account the consumer's position. We have to ensure that they can attain halal products, and the circulation of halal products in the world must be facilitated. We have to do these simultaneously. First of all, the products with halal certification, they must be reliable. The certification in this field must be reliable, must be trustworthy, and the circulation of these halal products in the world must be facilitated. For this reason, Islamic countries and stakeholders in the sector have prepared joint standards. A valid halal certification system is a necessity that we are faced with at this point. This certification system has an impact on the globalized halal supply chain. It is something that has to be compatible in all of the geographies, and it has to be able to respond to the sensitivities of the Muslims. So we have to be able to constitute a joint basis for all of these requirements. Within COMSEC, CIMIC has developed halal certification approach. This is actually the most realistic and the most comprehensive solution to all of the issues that have been mentioned earlier. The governmental agencies and stakeholders of the sector have a say in that, and they can talk about their interests, and by the help of a joint conscience, it is possible to provide standards that cover the entire Islam society. For this reason, the efforts of COMSEC are quite significant for constituting a joint platform, and we expect support from our stakeholders in this respect. As very well known to all of you, in our discussions within CIMIC, we try to cover the requirements, the necessities of all of the stakeholders in drafting the standards. In the last 11 years after the establishment of CIMIC, it is important to establish a global halal certification mechanism. Significant steps have been taken in this respect. Among these steps, a mutual recognition system is very important in order to attain trust. In this framework, as General Secretary of CIMIC has already mentioned, in the month of June, a board of directors meeting was held, and decisions were rendered. I support all of these decisions that have been rendered there, and we would like to thank all of the participants, all of the supporters. The strong cooperation that we will ensure will provide reliability and trust to all the Islamic countries. As mentioned earlier by the previous speakers, within the scope of a CIMIC approach, halal certification and accreditation in our country must set an exemplary for the other countries. For this reason, we have established Halal Accreditation Agency. Halal Accreditation Agency has been tested not only nationally but also globally. Institutionalization of such an agency was not so easy, and promotion of it at national and international level, it was not easy. We had to be very sensitive in setting the standards. The accreditation task, it was a very difficult one, but since its establishment, the accreditation applications have been taken by HAK, the Halal Accreditation Agency, by the help of different accreditation channels. More than 500 Halal certificates have been provided by HAK. In order to ensure trust in certification and in order to globalize trust in certification, HAK has taken significant steps. So the Halal Accreditation Agency has been active not only at national level but also at global level. Of course, this is not a commercial activity. This is actually something done with within the scope of Islamic responsibility. Of course, this is important to ease trade, to ease commerce, and to establish trust. By this way, halal products and services were sensitively certified and accredited. Relevant institutions were established, so a global trust area was established by Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey. We don't want this to stay within the borders of Turkey. Actually, we want this standardization, the compliance evaluation and accreditation experiences to be spread to other Islamic countries, and we are very happy for doing that. Hopefully in the future we will provide trainings in the field of accreditation, and we will move forward. We will take into account the requests of the countries in this respect. Between CIMIC and HAK, there is a cooperation protocol that has been concluded, and we organize trainings so that we can provide the human resources in this field as well. Distinguished participants, this conference is a part of the COMSEC project, and we want to increase cooperation with the other countries, and we want to contribute to establishment of a quality infrastructure in this scope. As you know, within the scope of this project, our experts have hosted participants from Nigeria, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. High-level participants were trained here about CIMIC's certification, so they have contributed significantly to the institutional capacity of CIMIC. We will be supporting that with tomorrow's sessions. I want the outputs of this project to be beneficial to all of the Islamic countries, and I think the efforts of our country in this respect will continue at the highest level. While ending my words, I want this conference to provide a common language to Islamic countries so that halal products and services can be used with trust throughout the world. I wish all of you success, and I would like to greet all of you with respect.
We would like to thank the Minister, the General Secretary, and all other colleagues for their opening remarks. In this respect, I would like to share the representative of the Oknia, who is the senior minister in charge of special mission, and we would like to thank him for not being with us, and we know that he is following these issues. Now I would like to invite the technical issues. I would like to share an info note to our colleagues because it's an international conference and we have interpretations in 3 languages for our audience here and also for our online participants. It is English, Turkish and Russian.
And participants that this is an international conference, and so the language of the conference will be in English. But please note that we have simultaneous translation between Turkish, Russian, and English, available both for participants who are here with us and also for participants who are participating remotely through Zoom. Having said, I would like to make a short introduction to the conference and its background. This conference is delivered under a project co-funded by the Ministry of Trade and COMSEC, the Standing Committee for Economic and Commercial Cooperation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The title of the project is Developing Human Capital in OIC Countries for Technical Halal Auditing based on SMIC Halal Certification System and Halal Quality Infrastructure. The project is being implemented in coordination with colleagues from partner countries, namely Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nigeria, and Pakistan. It has 2 main activities. The first of these activities was a 3-day training on OIC Halal Quality Infrastructure and SMIC standards, held between 6 to 8 September 2021 in Ankara. The second activity is this international conference. The conference theme is, as you know, globalizing the trust in halal certification. The catchphrase here is trust. So we formulated the conference around 4 sessions. The first session will be a general session. The second session will focus on halal laboratory practices. The third session will focus on the human factor. In other words, the importance of the qualifications of personnel working in the halal industry. In the fourth session, our speakers will discuss the matter of technology, particularly blockchain, and how this might serve as a tool for building trust in the field of halal. With this, I will first start, we will begin the presentations with the presentation of the Secretary General of the Standards and Metrology Institute of Islamic Countries, Mr. Ihsan Övüt. Mr. Övüt has played a significant role as a leading figure for the Standards and Metrology Institute of Islamic Countries. He was elected as SMIC's Secretary General in 2014. Since then, he has been a key figure in leading the organization and supporting the member states in their effort to develop SMIC's series of halal standards. Many SMIC standards have been developed under his term, so it's difficult to think of anyone else who can give a better bird's eye view on the work of the Standards and Metrology Institute of Islamic Countries. With this, I'm going to invite Mr. Övüt to the floor, but we will need some technical adjustments in order to make sure that he can make his presentation. So we will give a very short 2-minute break as our technicians arrange the laptops. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding for this pause. Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will speak in Turkish and slightly in English. They said there is a translation to English and Arabic that, as you know, native language every time is easy to speak and explain yourself, but also the whole majority is in Turkish. For me, today's first time I make a presentation in Turkish, but for the outside delegates or participants, they have to listen English. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah'ın adıyla. Şimdi
our best wishes to our listeners from the outside, from South Korea to our brother Ahmed, to Mr. Najar in South Africa, our Russian friends, brothers, Spain, from Netherlands, from American to Africa, because they are sending a lot of pictures to us. The best wish to all of they are participating and listening. Şimdi ben Türkçe devam ediyorum.
now I will continue in Turkish. My name is İhsan Övüt. I have been serving as the Secretary General of the CIMIC. Let me introduce CIMIC first, and then I will talk about the standards and also the issues for the future. I am happy with being an interactive speaker, and of course I will be happy to answer your questions. Having said that, I will do my best to answer your question. If I don't have the answer, I will say no, and we will talk about. Let me talk about OIC first and the CIMIC structure first. So, the Islamic Institution of Cooperation, everyone knows this, and if we organize this, it is the biggest, second biggest organization after the UN, and it was established in September in 1969 as a response to the issues in Qudus, and we have 57 members and spread over 4 continents. It is a collective voice of the world, of Muslim world, and it represents the Islamic countries, and we are part of the relevant bodies of the OIC. What is CIMIC? CIMIC is a treaty it's a treaty based and in an intergovernmental organization, and we are an affiliate of OIC. There are 4 or 5 different organizations. Of course, we are affiliated or we are part of it, and there are also some technical and expert organizations, and there are some standing committees, and we are in the 3rd category. That means we are relatively autonomous, but we are still working within the scope of OIC, and CIMIC is an organization which is recognized as an international organization, has a diplomatic status, and we officially began our activities in August 2010, and its headquarters is based in Istanbul. We do not issue any document. We are working on standardization and also technology. Of course, we are, preparing standards is important. Of course, there is no need to rediscover America. Of course, if we overlapping these issues, of course, we aim to carry out activities. And in this respect, rather than having so many standards, it is important to respond to what is needed, because there are so many organizations that are working on standardizations and standards for humanity. We have ISO, IQ, etc. And also there are parallel alternative activities, and we do not want to overlap. We just want to complement what they want, and we want to achieve the similar standards in countries that we are represented, because in some countries there are developed standards, while in some other there is no standard at all. So we want to fill the gap so that these countries will have similar conditions. And the third category is the to provide technical assistance to countries which are in need. As you know, the OIC countries, most of them are underdeveloped countries. And the fourth category of our activities, which is appropriate and in line with the activity that we are having today, we aim to establish common patterns and also mechanisms, which is a key issue for our conference. These are technical issues which you can easily access on our website. CIMIC has a history, has a past, and it is a brief history which you can see on the screen. It began as a project first, as a concept. The idea goes back to 1985. However, after a long period which required so much energy, and after long debates, about 14 years later, a document was produced and it gained a status. Of course, it is difficult to establish an international organization, since you need to convince everyone, and it is not a solution that you can easily take over a night. And because when we look at some other issues, because when we talk about standards, it is not an easy word to use. There is need for support from the governments, from the states, especially in our geography. It is a little bit more difficult because we need more support and absolute support from the government and from the parliament. We gained these standards in 1994, but it didn't come into force, and it required approval from the from 94 to 2001. We had a long meetings, and let me say 20, and you can assume we had 50 meetings, and we made minor changes, and we changed its name, and in order to change its name from, for example, committee to an organization, and we changed its name from the organization to institute, and we waited for 1 year. Of course, after establishing the institute, it is not enough. You need to work, and you need to sign some agreements and some all other activities. After a long period, we finally began our activities back in 2012. Of course, we were in need of institutionalization period, and also there was a need for a building, and we worked hard. And the time is different today, so we need to revise our activities. So, for example, before 2000, there was no concept of accreditation. Even if there was, it was a vague concept. And now, however, the concept has become more prominent, and it has more space, and it has become the pattern of all these standards. And We didn't have such definition and concept at that time, and we prepared our activities on the basis of the concept of that time. That means we had to introduce several reforms to our activities. I'm just talking about the brief history of our activities for our CIMIC, so that you can get more information about our history, which may lead you to embrace our organization, support our organization more. But since 2018, we began working in terms of technical aspects, and we worked on revisions, and in 2020 we reached 25 members. That is our current number, and we have 42 standards. It was 3 standards in the past, and these are our main regulations, and we revised our activities in 2017, since we have Dr. Hijai and also the Turkish Standards Institute. I would like to thank them because they are part of this activity since the very beginning, and they have been supporting us from the very beginning. As I said, we have 45 members from Suriname to Bangladesh. We have members from a broad spectrum, but we still have 12, 13 countries which are an affiliate of OIC, but which are not part of our institute. We had a different vision and mission in the past, and we revised them last year, and we modernized them. We simplified them, and we worked on this issue. And we adopted a new mission and vision. Since these are documents that you can easily access, I will not read them, so you can easily access. I would like to thank our members, from accreditation to metrology and standards, and we have all these activities, and we do our best. We have 3 main strategic activities: to achieve high quality standards that are used worldwide, and also support members' needs and ensure effective management of their stakeholders, and also support the enhancement of the quality. Of course, we have a strategic plan for 2021 and 2030 period. Just to show how we work to you. You can see the goals and also how to measure them, etc. As regards to the main topic of today, we are talking about standards, but what is a standard? Can we say everything is standard, or is everything subject to a standard? To me, standard is everything, and it is the key issue of standards. Because if we have a few colleagues, for example, anyone who has a few contacts from academics, then they can easily establish or claim that they established a standard, and they can easily certify some documents, and they can easily issue the Halal certificate. And then you can assume that these are Halal products, but these are not standards. These are, however, the certificates of the person from his or her perspective. And unfortunately, such documents, such certificates may change in a week. And for example, 1 week they may say it's okay, but on the following week the person may think that it is not appropriate, and they may have no connection with the head of the religious affairs, or they just work on the basis of their personal contacts from different disciplines like fiqh, etc. And we know that it is the activities. Let's assume that is it possible in Europe, in America, or in Brazil, because there are immigrants who just moved from Turkey to somewhere else, and these people are represented as the scholars of fiqh, and they think that they can talk about all these issues from an authoritative perspective, and they make money, millions of money, not thousands but millions of US dollars. And you can think that it is the issue unless there is a regulation in the market. Everyone makes their assessment or make their certifications from their own perspective. So these are not standards. When we talk about a standard, that means everyone makes contributions and it is prepared on the basis of a consensus. That means it is the assessors, the producers, clients, or even individual contributions are possible, and also the authority is there. And this document needs to be recognized by an official institution. And this document needs to be used by everyone, not by one company only. So one company says it is not in line with our standard, but what does it mean? Because this document is used by that company only. And we are talking about product. And when we talk about a product, it is accessible everywhere. It is the problematic aspect. If this document, if this product is used by that company only, by its clients only, it is okay. But we are talking about a product which is available in Turkey, in different markets. And this is the document that is used. And it creates a perception that it is accepted and recognized by everyone, and they are just talking about these issues. And even their assessors say, we just go and talk to the company's representatives, and if we are okay with their statements, then we issue the certificate. And the assessors add that even though the company has no document, the company has no technical capacity, we still issue this certificate. But this document needs to be used in a repetitive way, and we use the term repeated use. And technology may change every time, and standards should not be forced. What we can do is there are accreditation mechanisms, and there is need for a stronger control mechanisms, and then we can say, yes, these standards are compulsory or mandatory. For example, it needs to be nationalized standards organizations, and also these standards should be open to everyone. Otherwise is a trick, and then you just issue a certification. It is not a standard. So recognition and also cooperation is important, and also it is a problem because states, especially Islamic countries, should think about this issue twice. And they should quit the idea of monopolization. Who are the stakeholders? No need to list them, because we know that chambers, universities, consumers, public institutions, ministries are part of the list. So, what is the relation between the standards and also the quality infrastructure? It is an issue that this quality infrastructure is the key issue for the standardization, because it requires institutionalization. There is need for a mentality of standardization. That means there can be no intervention in the standardization institute, and the institution should be autonomous for its activities. And there is also need for metrology. That means it needs certain tools to assess and evaluate. Since all these issues, the calibration activities or evaluation, documentation and certification, and these are additional standards, and these are, unless you have strong standardization infrastructure, then there is no way to operate effectively. As you see on the screen, these assessments, certification, and also evaluation requires a standard, and this is the World Bank scheme. And the World Bank pays attention to the scheme if it is in force or not when it approves your loans. But of course, it is not used by the World Bank only. It is a level that the humanity has reached. As regards to the halal conformity assessment, the key issue, the pillars of this assessment, we have standards, because if there is no unity, conformity in standards, if each country, if each group has different standards, then we lose from the very beginning and no need to go forward, because everyone will certificate from their perspective and everyone claim that I'm the best assessor, I'm the best certifier, and everyone will act alone. So reaching a consensus is very important as regards to the standards, because otherwise we will not be able to have this conformity assessment. This is the key issue. Standards are issue, and following the standards, certification, which must be in line with the standards. Because yes, I have a company for certification, that's fine, but we need to check if you really work. Do you check all aspects, particularly the critical ones? And do you keep the records? Are you accountable? Because you provide certain guarantees to the institutions, because it is the certification corporates. These are the institutions that they issue these certifications. It is not the standardization institution, it is the corporations that issue these certifications. So it is not the, for example, the Turkish Standardization Institute, but the companies which are authorized by the Turkish Standard Institutes. This is why we should be careful about the activities and the performance of the corporations. So we should be sure that these corporations should act in an effective way. Yes, we have so many organizations or corporations that are organized, and for example, we need to check, does this company or these corporations grant this certification? And we know that, for example, if you have these production certificates and if you meet all the standards and requirements, then the company says we will issue the certifications. That means the whole system collapses if these certifications is done on the basis of payments. And if you make these certifications for another product, then everyone will laugh at you. Well, how do you call it? It is a grant when you talk about certification. This is not the key issue, because when we talk about halal, there are critical aspects, and we have this concept of haram, as we have listened to our hafiz, halal and tayyibah. That means it is halal and tayyib. It doesn't say halal and tayyib in Arabic, so it needs to be tayyib first. That means it needs to be clean first, and being clean is not enough. It should be halal too. So when something is clean, it doesn't mean that you can eat. And if something is halal, it doesn't enough. It is not enough to eat. For example, it should be clean and halal. For example, when we talk about meat, for example, it can be dirty. If you slaughter an animal and you dedicate it to your grandfather, your company, your father, and everyone thinks that it is clear, it is hygienic, and then you dedicate it to everyone. So they think that it is clear. No, the animal is dirty from the religious perspective, because you do not name the name of Allah. And if you say you do not use the name of Allah, then it is not halal. So of course you may forget naming Allah, but if you do not cite the name of Allah on purpose, then it is not halal. It's just an example. It's just an example. Of course, there are various types of dirties. You can talk about the chemical examples, but there is also the moral dirty aspects. So it might be hygiene, it might be slaughtered in the hygienic standards, and it is cooked and served in the right manner. But since there is a violation of the order, Islamic order, namely no citation of the name of Allah, then it is not halal. This is the key issue, and there is need for a patron. There is need for an institution that regulates market, that can set certain rules, and that can say you are granting these logos, but there are certain complaints, and people complain that yes, we eat these meats by thinking that it is halal because of the certification, but we eat the meat of pig. So these are issues. So we need to think about the concept of patrons, the boss. So there is need for an state authority. It is important for us why we have established this Turk-Ak, the Turkish accreditation. We have established this Turkish accreditation so that our products can be sold to all markets. And it is important for us, and there is need for the standardization.
So this agency will do the job in accordance with the standards, will establish a structure, and in accordance with CIMIC 2 and certain standards, it will control the other agencies. This is some kind of an insurance. Otherwise, it will be just best quality or logo contest or who is the best. So it will be like a beauty contest. This is the main problem in halal, because first we have to agree on the standards, but we don't want to do that because most of the people are fond of being a monopoly. My words might give discomfort to certain people, but this is the reality, and reality is necessary for us to solve the problem. Under the OIC, I have talked about a quality infrastructure. This document is the outcome of a 7-year study. I have colleagues here who worked with us in the last 7 years. It was centralized, decentralized, single structure, multiple structure, national structure. In the end, we paved the way with our common conscience. Quality infrastructure is needed in each country. An accreditation agency will be established just like in the model of Turkey, or you will authorize the existing agency. What will you do? You'll just authorize an existing agency. For example, in Iran, you might call an agency authorized, and you might have a division established. It is up to the country, actually. This is a preference. For this reason, we are talking about the authorized accreditation. So an establishment of an accreditation agency is possible, but an authorized and empowered accreditation agency is what we need, which is at the top. Under that, in the pyramid, actually, you have the compliance assessment. Who will do that? The assessors, actually, the calibration laboratories. In the field, we see the logos of these actors, like Turkish Standards Institute in Turkey, or Halal accreditation. Of course, if we talk about, I mean, the laboratory is important, the laboratory tests. There will be terms that we will learn. We are talking about an agency managed by Muslims. Otherwise, you cannot solve that. At the bottom, you have the producers. According to what? According to the relevant standards. For example, tourism sector, if they want the halal accreditation, then they'll have CIMIC 9. If they fulfill these conditions, they'll get the certificate and they'll be halal certified. Basically, these are not mandatory, but the market will make it obligatory. In other words, if you have a customer and if this customer is willing to purchase a product with halal logo from the market, and if the consumer identifies this to be haram, to be forbidden, who will be accountable? If it is accredited, because there are conditions, then they will compensate. Because this can be harmful to my health as well, to my family, to my budget, whatever. So the accreditation agency and the other agencies of the state have done this in accordance with the national standards. What do we mean by national standards? We are talking about a joint technical document here. If we do not establish this system, we can never have mutual recognition. For this reason, the accreditation agencies must take this seriously into account, and they'll have pre-evaluation and pre-assessment methods so that they can ask to other accreditation agencies, authorized agencies, designated agencies, they can enter into force. IF and ILEC are the two names that we can talk about. Right now, certification has started. Gradually, the accreditations are being spread. They do this in the Gulf, they do this in the Southeast, in the Far East. So there should be a mechanism among the accreditation agencies. We are talking about a platform, actually. We are not talking about an international organization, but this is some kind of a model for an international organization. It's based on joint agreement. There will be signatories, and with this code, actually, the mutual recognition will be possible. For example, if the accreditation document given by a Turkish Halal Accreditation Agency is recognized by another country like Malaysia, this means that a single document will be the speedy way to handle this. This is the basics of the system. What do we get from this system? From the consumer's needs to the end user, at each stage the standards will be fulfilled and will be certified. So we will abolish the complaints of the consumers, and we will respond to their consumers so as to ensure full satisfaction with the product. If the consumer sees the logo, will purchase this without any hesitation. The logo is not necessary. The important thing is to have the logo in the list, to have this consciousness. In other words, the accreditation companies might have mutual recognition, but the declaration is important. To do this in accordance with the rules, this is important. The technical arrangements, regulations, these are the things that are done by the agencies, by the institutions. So what do we ensure by this way? First of all, there will be the traceability. Who has produced what, where, who accredited, where did the certificate come, what was the scope? By this way, it will be possible to access this, and this will be valid for all of the products. So the concept of halal will create some kind of trust. Of course, the people can change the rule according to themselves. There's no standard, there's no control, it's not accredited, but it can be recognized in the list of other countries. All these doubts will be removed, so there will be a recognition mechanism. there'll be the comfortable or easy circulation of the goods, and all the technical hindrances will be eliminated. Of course, only to a certain extent you can intervene to the countries. The countries might ask for some extra things, but this is up to them. So by this way, we will attain this halal accreditation. These are, in general, the CIMIC policies in accordance, according to halal. CIMIC is an international agency between governments. It has a board. This is the administrative structure. What is important for all of us is on the left-hand side of the screen, the councils. Accreditation Council, Metrology Council, and Standardization Council. Accreditation is important in order to establish the quality infrastructure. They are in charge of all of the infrastructure pertaining to OIC as well. All these organs are established by the countries, so there is no one on the side of CIMIC. We are only in coordinating position as General Secretariat, and we organize the activities of CIMIC at official level. All of the councils, all of the board of directors, these are managed by the member countries. The only thing that I have to say about the Accreditation Council is the quality infrastructure is important here, and metrology is a specific area, it's a scientific area. For this reason, it is not our concern right now. When we take a look at the Standardization Council, the standardization agencies are members. It has 9 members. The standardization includes all of the decision making. There's the Supreme Council. The OIC is the OIC/CIMIC. Why do we use OIC? Because the standards are for OIC. In other words, if one of our standards right now, there are 45 member countries. We do not work for them. We work for the 57 member countries of OIC. They can always use it without any permission. They can adopt these, but development of standards, cancellation, these are the tasks undertaken. If you want to be active, the approach of your country, and if you want to see the technical aspects, you will go to the kitchen and you work in the standard preparation. This is not only valid for CIMIC, this is what is a major problem in the world. The sector does not join. The sector is not included in the standard preparation. But this is really important for halal producers. It's important for certification too, but when we talk about the people who sell these products, it is important to have their participation so that you can have the complaints solved. If, in other words, not only in CIMIC, in ISO, if you cannot sell a product, you have to be able to solve the problem. At the stage of selling the product, you have to be active in preparing these standards. You have to be involved in that. Some people prepare these standards, but right now at the point of selling it, you do not abide by the German standards. This is the Spanish model. It's not suitable with what they do in Germany. So while preparing these standards, you have to be there. And you have to change what is required. All the standards are prepared by the producers, the credit cards, the cars, the chair, tea, whatever. All these standards are prepared by the producers, but unfortunately our geography does not allow this issue to be taken seriously. The people are quite indifferent to this issue. This is something that we really suffer from. If if a document is prepared, we do not get involved, but then we complain a lot. The producers all around the world, they can find their way actually. They have to be active. They have to be involved in preparation of these standards. You can find this way in Iran, in Kazakhstan, in Saudi Arabia, in Tunisia, in Egypt. So if you have a dream, you can always find the way. If you have a technical idea, you can immerse this in the standard if you are willing to do so. Technically, we have also committees. These are all like international organizations. They have a title, they have a scope, they have a working program and work schedule. Each committee is allocated to a country. This country designates a secretary. This secretary acts as and then there is a president. Each committee has regular members and observing members. For example, in the field of halal food, the research laboratories can be members by establishing connections with CIMIC. For example, as an expert, people working in their own field, they can also be members of these committees. Some people might not be a member of CIMIC, but lives in the US, for example, but a very good researcher, so they can also be invited. When we talk about standardization, we are not just talking about preparing a document. It means revising this document, updating this document. So these committees must be very, very, very active. The secretary is under a significant responsibility. When we take a look at CIMIC, actually you take the responsibility of the Islamic world. If the secretary is not active, this is something despised, because this secretary must keep this committee alive, must find a message, must every week or every month find new issues to discuss in the committee. So, and must increase the number of members. Why? Because the working method is actually 5 countries coming together to work for a standard. This is on voluntary basis. So no one will blame the other countries for not participating in popular issues like ISO. For example, ISO 9000. With the highest number of members in these committees. Why? Because everyone is interested. There are 120, 130 full members. 90, 100 are member of CIMIC. Or if you talk about NUTS or social responsibility, there will be the committees with members of 15. In our Halal committee in TC1, but handicrafts, for example, there are 5 members, 6 members. So it is relevant with the interest. But these 7 members work in the name of other members, and the standards belong to all of the members. These are turned into documents or accredited documents. These are similar to international rules. The title of the standard, the bibliographia, all these bibliography, these are all decided. What will you do if you have a problem? How do you solve it? Who will be involved in solving the problem? These are all written in the directives. And then the sales and publication of the standards and adoption. The countries are not obliged actually to adopt these standards. The most important thing is to use them. What do we mean by adoption? Actually, it is the using of this as a national standard with the additional code. For example, TS CIMIC or IR CIMIC. No, the countries are not obliged to do that. The important thing is to use that. Nationally, they can use it, they can sell it, they can earn money, and they can also make use of it as their own standard. So this is an approach suitable to international standards. If you have this in the national accreditation, then it is accredited according to national standards. It can be in CIMIC, or it can be not adopted, or you can translate it into national language. Not to change it is the most important thing. Not even touching a comma is the most important thing here, and not to touch the original version, and not to change the name of the standard as well. These are important. The content might be the same. For example, you have a book. The name of the book is Life is Beautiful. What is inside it? Then you translate it into Turkish or English, whatever. Life is different. So this is not the original anymore. You cannot change the name of it, even if you translate it into different languages. Sometimes we see that in private institutions. For example, they name it as halal or forbidden standard. No, this is not 100% CIMIC standard, because the standards are recalled with their names, with their identities. Even if you change it, you have to respect the name. Policy committee is another important one, which prepares the certification and accreditation standards, and they discuss the problems pertaining to these topics. What are the problems of halal sector? The policy committee is a significant establishment, significant missions. Did we do a lot? No. Actually, other than the standard, we didn't do much. We have a permanent advisory, standing advisory group, and some countries always develop different models. We have the OIC standards, but one of the members develop something pertaining to registration, authorization, accreditation, a very complicated model which hinders the commerce. For example, if there are 5 companies, we'll accept one and we'll reject the other ones. Why? Because they do not have a branch there. What is the problem with you? You only work in the field of halal products, so why do you want to establish a new system? This committee tries to identify these problems and tries to discuss these problems, and listens to the problems of the people who develop these models. This was the establishment aim of that committee. Are we able to talk about our problems? No. Because most of the time the perspective is national. If you try to understand everything at national levels, you will stay national, and after 3-4 months they will close your system. For example, United Arab Emirates, they have established a model and they closed all of the institutions. Maybe it might introduce a better one, but to establish the system is not sufficient. If you do not have people supporting you, if you do not have people working with you, then you will not be strong. This is what we expect from our supporters. This is the technical committee. Halal food, halal cosmetics, halal management. CIMIC is not only dealing with halal issues, actually. Not only dealing with halal standards, but we are dealing with all of the halal topics as a single institution, and we have been authorized by OIC. Halal is a priority for us. So what about the standards? How to prepare a standard? You can start with a project. A producer must think like the trust will increase. They can start from that point. They can prepare a project. Without a project, there will be no standard. Only with the approach of a project, you can prepare a standard. And this standard has to abide by the rules. In some, this is the journey of a standard. First, there's a proposal. Let's have a committee. Let's work on that. These are all done by the countries. We can also propose as General Secretary, but we have to get the support of the countries. You should have at least 5 people supporting an idea. First, we will submit this proposal to the members. What do you think about such a standard? Should it be prepared? Will you be actively involved in that? This will be the idea. If a committee is to be established, a committee will be established. If not, the existing committee can be used. If there is no document, a working group will be established. We will tell the working group and we will request at least 12, 15 experts which will represent the expertise, and there will be a draft, a working draft submitted by this group. Unanimity is required here because if there's no unanimity, the state might not support it. When you prepare something, you have to find the common point. Disagreements must be carried to another platform. After the working group finishes its part, the draft will be ready and the draft will be forwarded to the committee. Between 2 to 4 months, the draft will be discussed. Now, it might go to Turkish Standards Institute, or in Saudi Arabia to SASO, or in PSQC in Pakistan. What will they do? It will be distributed to the members of the committee because it is the concern of all of the countries. So you cannot say like, oh no, this is not the business of accreditation agency. This is a stakeholder, so the stakeholder must be involved as well. There can be a relevant ministry, university, laboratory, research institute, consumer organization, association. You have your internet site as well. You can download the draft. You have to be careful about the copyrights because sometimes people just use your study. You have to respect the copyrights and publication rights. You will collect the opinions in 3 months, send it to 50 places, for example, and then you'll send it to the secretariat of the committee. If there are too many opinions, the secretariat might ask to the president, how am I going to solve this? So they'll check the opinions one by one. If it is quite a complicated task, they'll have to decide on a certain route. Let's invite the problematic ones and have smaller discussions. So it is like a cycle. 2, 3 versions can be discussed, and if the more than 75% has to approve, only after that they will send it to General Secretariat for inquiry level, and the General Secretariat will send it to all of the members for 3 months. This is the most significant step to be taken. Then it will be a more professional outcome. It means that this document is ready to be a standard. The technical committee head will evaluate this. If it is technical, it will move on to the next stage, which is the final draft. If everyone has agreed on it, then it will be publication by CIMIC. Even if it is a final draft, there is no need for a technical opinion. It is just a matter of yes or no. You have to be able to ensure 75%. If you do not attain 75% approval, the standard will be rejected. You will either go back to square one, or it will be published as a report, because there is a group willing to use that. You cannot hinder, you cannot prevent the users. You have to submit something to them. It can be technical specification, technical report, or public available document. So it can be used for 2-3 years, like that. So the standards are not so easy to prepare. It requires convincing all of the countries, all of the members. It requires a lot of effort and makes you old. All these studies are done in an electronic environment through an information system. end of my PowerPoint. There are 42 standards that we have approved. 23 of these standards have been developed in the CIMIC committees. 19 of them have been adopted from ISO, and we have 16 standards pertaining to halal. Which Islamic rules are taken into account in these standards? First of all, we have to agree on certain concepts. The Sharia rules or the Islamic rules, different terms can be used by the countries. There's the all the sects are represented in COMSEC's platform. The religious institutions, the fatwas of religious institutions can only be reflected as advisory, cannot be reflected on religious basis, because we prepare these standards for all of the countries. Only jointly agreed fatwas can be used. The documents used in the market use these like sacred books. This is a big threat. These cannot be used. These are only technical documents that involve religious matters, because no institution can give a fatwa. A fatwa can only be given by a competent person. You cannot impose anything on the other people, because religion belongs to the God, not to the individuals. So the most important thing about halal is actually it gives further trust to the on the product. Everyone can eat, because all of the rules are considered. So it will not give harm to the individual. This is the most important characteristics. It can never harm the individual. Starting from aqua products to other animal products, it has to be purified from all dangerous and hazardous elements. For example, like oysters, we cannot immediately say that we have to be very sensitive. The Fiqh Academy sent us certain rules, and we use these in all of the elements and standards. In the field of accreditation and certification, the people doing this should be Muslims, must be Muslims, sorry. If you're an accreditation agency, or if you are the owner of an accreditation agency, you cannot work with a Christian director. This is not possible. Your employees, the accreditation is a bit harsh. It can be from OIC, only with the condition of being Muslim. So the accreditation agency must have Muslim managers, directors. How do we know that they're Muslims? If a person says he's Muslim, no one can question that. This halal business is something that we have to keep in mind. This is the sovereignty area of Islamic society. The conceptual games are not allowed actually, because we have to establish an alliance. I'll just introduce the standards, only the 3 standards. There's a story about all those. These standards are very difficult to prepare.
Ama maalesef
You can even have a book written on the efforts spent for preparation of this standard. In 2007, 8, 9, 10. In 3.5 years, we worked on these standards. More than 40 countries came together.
So we have exchanged documents and with this ComSec and this standardization. We have created two committees. One is the standardization, the other one is certification, and the standardization committee was run by our brothers and sisters from Malaysia, and they produced documents. And we got some fatwa, and there are some still pending issues, for example, fowl and poundry as regards to the shocking these chickens. There is no fatwa, so no one can claim whether it is halal or haram. So the committee still says it needs to be investigated more, and if there is no fatwa, then we need to wait. Since there is no clear fatwa, we have removed the recommendations on this fall in our latest activity report. Of course, these standards issued in 22 and instead extended to OIC as the fundamental documents, and OIC distributed these documents among 57 member states, but some member states use some parts and some of them change the cover because it was not supported by the OIC directly, and everyone was changing this, and we didn't have such working groups as we have now. I'm talking about 2012, and we have revised these issues and created some other structures in 2013 following the revision. And following the decisions of the OIC, and the standards were transferred to CIMIC, and it produced these documents first, and Turkey began certifying these standards from 2013 onwards, and we have more than 500 documents, and since other countries do not have official accreditations, we have no accurate information so far. We do not have information, and we have just statements. They are oral statements. Since we do not have accreditation, we are unable to get accurate data. And some of them were transferred, these issues, to private sector. Some of them are monopole structures. So there is no unified structure. So there is need for revisions in terms of revisions, especially as regards to the concept of accreditation, how to adapt it to the concept of halal. And so these three standards, some countries objected this issue, but about 80–90% these standards were adopted. Following the endorsement, we see that, for example, why HAC is acting this. So HAC is working in this, and we can't expect this issue from HAC only. We should be realistic, because in that period, despite the standards, and we need to know the past, because we issued this document in August 2019, and the first standards were issued in November, December 2019, and we should congratulate HAC. But everyone was not ready for this accreditation and standards, because companies are not open to be investigation, and you need to produce hundreds of pages of documents, and you need to create the pool of experts. You need to conduct trainings for your own activities and also for the companies, and also we can't say it is enough when we have standards. Companies should internalize these issues. To me, these three activities are important, and these are key issues for us. And these, in 2019, we had some cosmetic, because of the delay, and because of there were some delays about this fatwa, and it is not easy to get fatwa from a color because the sects can be issued. And there are some delays, for example, as regards alcohol and the use of alcohol with the standards. We need to get this, and we obtain these standards for 4 years, in 4 years' time. As regards to these issues, as you see, while we work on all of them, we also pay attention to other internationally recognized standards. Let me skip this part. So there is a video footage, but I'm not sure if we can play it. As you see, there are 4 standards on the screen, and these are recent standards. And 2 of them are about the personnel stuff, and I will talk about this issue for tomorrow. And we also have laboratory. Dr. Shajai will talk about all these issues in a detailed way. And also, we are also working on how to create a scheme for halal product and which aspects need to be considered, taken into consideration. Of course, all these Turkish standards institutes can, for example, issue supplementary documents, or they can be translated into other documents. For example, we have issued documents in French and Arabic. So if everything is okay, I can show it to you in Arabic. I would like to thank you for your patience, and of course there are a lot to talk, and we can think about and we can talk about how to develop standards about this halal, and your assessors and certifiers, especially the companies that you certify, can give feedback, and then you need to think about these feedbacks. And it is better if you reflect these feedbacks on CMEC, and then we can achieve better standards, and we can also issue new standards. Thanks a lot. If there is no question, that's all from my side. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for this comprehensive presentation. Now I would like to give floor to Mr. Javier Albarakin. Javier Albarakin is the CEO of Barcelona Halal Services. His background is in international trade. He has a lot of international experience, including a term of service at the Spanish Commercial Office in Istanbul. Mr. Albarakin is also a professor at the Blanquerna University of Barcelona, the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and the Barcelona Executive Business School. In 2016, Mr. Albarakin founded the Barcelona Halal Services, a consulting company specialized in Muslim markets and particularly on Muslim consumers. His presentation is titled, Winning the Hearts and Minds, How to Build Consumers' Trust in Halal Certification. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Albarakin to deliver his presentation.
Good morning, everybody. My session is going to be in English, just in case anyone needs to shift. How can I plug in the presentation? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. My presentation is going to be not about certification itself, because it has been already quite long presented and well detailed, but much more related to how to build trust in today's context for the Muslim consumers, okay? It has been mentioned before that there is a growing segment of consumers. It also has been mentioned, I think it was the Deputy Minister quite wisely, that there is also more than 300 million Muslim consumers living in non-Muslim majority societies, and that this is a growing trend of consumption outside the Muslim world. So it's not the same building trust. It's not the same the meaning of this halal certificate for someone who lives as a consumer in a Muslim majority country as someone that might be living in London, maybe living in Chicago, Marseille, Barcelona, or in other places where they are certain sort of minorities. Also, it's quite important to have in mind that for the certification process, we are getting more and more products addressed to the Muslim consumers produced in non-Muslim societies, in markets which are outside the outside the Organization of Islamic countries, okay? And also, and this is also important to understand how to build trust. It's also important to understand what halal means from that perspective, is the growing consumption among non-Muslim consumers of halal products, because it has certain implications. It has been very well mentioned before that halal is something that embedded everything in life. It's a lifestyle. Thus, in having an impact on production, in the whole chain of production, having an impact on trade, having an impact on logistics, consumption, in even the way you relate as a worker, well, we have to be aware of what context we are living in now, okay? Because all of these have been impacted in recent years, unfortunately, by today's situation. So building trust for the Muslim consumer with halal certificate most probably is not the same way 5 years ago than what it has to do today. So we have to have in mind all these complex contexts of growing globalization of the Muslim consumers, growing globalization of where that Muslim-oriented product is produced, as well as this uncertainty. It's called the buka wall I will mention you in just one moment. Okay, so the idea is I'm going to stick to the 20 minutes I have, winning the hearts and minds of the Muslim consumer through this halal certification. Okay? Now, what is the world we are living in? As I said, it matters. It matters because depending on the world you are living in, as I said, it has changed. It has a disruption. Some of the tendencies that were before has accelerated, okay? But we have immediacy, for instance, the digital world, which is everywhere now, fortunately and unfortunately, well, makes people demand, makes people more assertive, makes people quickly in reaction towards the producer to know the verifying of this certificate or other doubts that you might have on ingredients, on products, or even on tendencies. So immediacy is quite on today's trend. Fake news that also have an impact on the type of product you might be consuming, the type of ads you might be seeing, conflicting information, and everything at the speed of tweet away, okay? It's just a click away. Health uncertainties, okay, and food insecurity. These are things revalued in today's context where, as I said, the halal implications 5 years ago to build trust to the Muslim consumer has to adapt, not the halal certification itself, but the way you build trust between producers and consumers. The channels that have been developed now are different. Also, fragile and weakened value chains and logistic chains. All these things are taking place, and they have been mentioned before. So you will have to involve the whole production chain in that quick response to doubts of the consumers, of the Muslim consumers regarding that halal certificate. There are also, unfortunately, in today's world, based on that growing halal market, growing halal potential, the Muslim growing demand, there are opportunistic business people that might be sizing the market without respecting the values that the halal market themselves deserve. And finally, another tendency is these disruptive products we are seeing. It has been mentioned before, but for instance, lab-created meat. So all these new products that are today, due to the digital revolution and other technological evolutions and disruptions, we will have to know, to understand how to approach this new segment of products and these new doubts and demands that are arising from these issues, because it's getting more and more complex, because it's getting more and more global. As I said, VUCA context in which we have to build this trust. What does the VUCA context mean? VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Okay? Volatility refers to the speed of changes. It's very quick, and that doesn't allow companies, brands to really adapt as quickly or as easily as before. Uncertainty, nobody can doubt, that has to do with the environment. The environment does not allow any sort of prediction. So we have to build trust in a context of unpredictability, uncertainty, and especially in today. This is a context that was happening even before COVID. This is an accelerator of this unfortunate context. Complexity, standing for the increase of factors that you have to take into account when developing a halal certificate, when developing a halal product, and when trying to build this trust we were mentioning. And finally, ambiguous. Ambiguity meaning the lack of clarity on the information that you have. You do not always have all the information you need to be able to build that trust. You require quick answers. You require, well, you have to take decisions that are not especially affordable in terms of the information that you have. And that is a wall of noise. Unfortunately, we're living in a context of noise where simplicity, trust, and flexibility are revalued in that sense. And also the Muslim population itself is evolving. As I said before, if we have this same session something like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the picture of what the global shape, the global impact of the Muslim population is evolving itself in today's context, inevitably. So it has become more global and diverse, as I said before, for different reasons. It is younger, and being younger in today's context means digitally connected, technologically savvy, more demanding, more quickly assertive in terms of having to respect who I am and my identity, more cosmopolitan and urban. And these are tendencies that will be reinforced. So we need to understand this type of profile. Of course, I'm judging here, I'm justifying here a population which is 1.9 billion and will be 2.2 billion population by 2030. But this is a trend that we are seeing, okay? More concerned about global values. It was mentioned before, environmental concerns, human rights, fair trade, all these values that are embedded in the ethics of Islam itself are much more global and much more deeply impacting the Muslim consumer also, and more assertive in their own identity. They don't see any sort of complex, any sort of difficulty on being absolutely modern with technology and being absolutely assertive and defending its own diverse identity as a Muslim person. And this is something that is seen especially in the context of that population living in non-majority Muslim countries. So it's more challenging and more complex to reach them, new challenges, new demands, new needs, and at the same time, thus it's more complex to build that trust we were mentioning before. And then what do we have? That trust is a complex issue. It has to do with perception, so it has to be in both sides of the same line. Producers have to build trust, and consumers need to be also involved in that building of trust. So we will see from now on is quickly how to build trust in both sides, hearts and minds, okay? But as I said before, it's not the same the way you address Muslim consumers, the way you build that complicity, because that logo, that certificate means not different things, but has other implications when you're living in, say, Marseille, Barcelona, say, Bangkok, or Korea, with friends connected from Korea, I guess, now. So for the Muslim consumers that are in non-Muslim majority societies, that certificate, that logo mentioned before, has more connotations. It has a sort of belonging, being in another country. It has a sort of collective self-identity. It tells you that you can trust that product, that someone cares about your identity as a consumer, okay? It adds values. So we have to understand those logics when addressing the Muslim consumers to build loyalty, to build that mutual trust when living in non-Muslim majority countries, okay? So, as I said, with today's globalization, the certificate generates loyalty, generates confidence, generates trust, okay? And this is especially true in what has been labeled by some experts as Generation M, the Muslim millennials, which are, as I said, modern, having access to massive global information, and they are assertive in their Muslim identity. Thus, trust is a puzzle that involves many stakeholders. It's a complex and increasingly complex ecosystem where you need to involve more stakeholders, more players. As I said, objectively and subjectively. So let's go for it. Winning the minds in an objective way. That refers more to the producer in a way, okay? The producer has to be, with all the steps of the production, from the raw material to the elaborated ingredients to the processes of logistics internally in the producing process and so on, it has to be clear and honest production process. So the whole chain. That's what I was saying, because we have seen, unfortunately, that there are logos halal which are not trustful, or there are opportunistic business people that wants to seize part of that market and then enters into that market without being honest. Laboratories, I'm not going to extend here, is a critical issue, and it will be mentioned in a whole panel later, is a critical key factor for reliability. But also skilling professionals, updating, having not only the professionals of the labs, but the professionals in the production line, the professionals dealing with the commercialization. It's a whole process that needs to be taken into account. And as I said, professionalism, rigorism, but at the same time updating the skills, because things are changing. New ingredients, new sources of material, new raw materials are appearing and being used. So training and upskilling the professionals involved is something critical, and that's why there is a panel dedicated to human skills. As I said again, winning the minds, that again refers to producers, you can see. Well, reputed high common standards. SMIC has been doing that since August 2010. So we've seen how it works, perfect, but that is something that the producers need to really implement in a high-level way, this type of halal standards. Reliable, verifiable, simplified certificates. Something that you can ask the producer, where did you get this certificate? Can you give me the information? Not only from the auditing perspective, but also for the client, the consumer perspective. And rigorous and consistent commercialization. There are absolute values involved in the ethics of the way you commercialize, the way you add and you use advertisement, okay? And finally, in that sense, promoting transparency, involving all the stakeholders. There was a map before presented of the complexity of the stakeholders. There are more and more. And there are two worlds. There is the, unfortunately, online and offline. So there are stakeholders in the online that might be also being involved in all that value chain. Okay? So that generates this transparency, accessibility, inclusive of all the stakeholders that really gives, as I said, credibility, integrity, traceability of the logo, of the product, of the certificate, of trust, creating brand reputation. And this is critical. It's a that is a two-direction issue. Okay? Now, getting the hurts. How do you reach the side much more related to addressing the Muslim consumer? How do you win those hurts? How do you build trust? Not only rationally, but also loyalty, accessibility to this Muslim demand, okay? So the brand, and we will see 2-3 quick examples of companies that, as I said before, are producing products addressed to the Muslim consumers in non-Muslim markets, because that is, as I said, a plus in terms of building that reputation of the Muslim consumers, okay? So the brand has to be near the Muslim consumer. He has to be able to react quickly, and especially in today's digital world, today's digital context. Technology enables us as never before to be near, to listen, to react, to verify quickly, to send information from the certificate to clarifying the tabs on ingredients to whatever. So brands need to be nearer than some years ago, because there's plenty of uncertainty and insecurity and massive offer of products that are doubtful. So a plus on that trust is being near, listening the Muslim consumer. And that, as I said, digital technology allows to have your digital identity. You can use trustful themselves influencers, and it's, as I said before, we need to take more and more into account the digital world. There are influencers, there are bloggers, and they have to be also aware. As I said, in that ecosystem, they are brand, as I said, halal brand ambassadors in a way. So they have to be themselves embedded also in those ethics, in those logics of the halal themselves. And they are quite if you see them, they are impressive in terms of followers, in terms of shaping or building or deconstructing trust on products and brands, okay? So, creating this brand identity embedded in Muslim values, and this is important. You don't have to create, please understand me correctly, a plan B of your product if you are producing in a non-Muslim society, addressing the Muslim. It's the same product. It's a plan A that you adapt in an honest way. Because as I said before, we all, or many of us, have seen products that are outside the mainstream production just to be able to adapt and reach these markets. It has to be a loyal, binding adaptation in terms of the ethics, in terms of the certification. So it's the original product adapted. And I will show you a couple of later. Again, addressing the Muslim consumers. This digital identity I was mentioning you before must be sincere and must be very active. That generates access to information, flows of information, flows of demands, understandings, creates loyalty, creates trust. Being near and being, I'm not going to say quick in terms of just answering without informing yourself, but you receive a lot of inquiries, doubts, demands, even harmful comments that you need to be able, in order to guarantee the trust of your halal certificate and the guarantee the trust of your own Muslim consumers, you have to be able to isolate those messages that are affecting to your brand as a halal brand, okay? So active interaction between the brand, Muslim adapted, halal certified, and the consumer, that helps, okay? But without being simplistic and getting into the cliches. Let me tell you one thing. Muslim consumers, as I said before, due to these contexts of complexity, are more and more prone to question details, as you can see written here, to question beyond buying. Question why, who has certified, can you clarify those ingredients? Is this product really justified as a halal? Not following blindly because it is halal. As someone puts, yes, as everybody has seen in the package, the halal symbol. It has to be more than that. So these growing consumers really have this growing demand, this growing need, okay? So, as I said, these young Muslim millennials that are increasingly urban and global are more demanding and assertive. And you have to be ready for that, okay? Just a couple of slides, just a couple of cases. This is one company that is a quite gourmet company exporting to more than 40 countries. It's doing chocolates in a quite luxury way, but they have certified all their products halal. It's not that they have done a plan B. All the products are Muslim friendly, halal certified. And they are adapting their discourse. This is in the context of the Ramadan, so they are very quick in answering, and they are really adapting fully. The whole company is a company that is not in a Muslim majority country, so they are really doing that effort, okay? Also, as I said, you as a brand, halal means many things, but also your narrative, your discourse, the values you defend are increasingly, for your Muslim consumers, embedded in global flows of more ethic approach. So it was mentioned before, the Tayyip issue. Everybody is extremely concerned at the global scale on health issues, and that is why there is more non-Muslim consumers of the halal products, for instance. It's a warranty of food security. Environmental issues. You have to embed your company, you embed your product, your brand, your campaign, okay, in this type of values, which are absolutely embedded in the values and ethics of Islam, but at the same time coincide with a growing demand of the global consumers, and that helps to build trust, consistency with today's difficult and complex world. Social commitment, economic honest, in terms of doing trade, selling and buying, has to be honest, balanced, fair, embedded. There is a whole trend on that. So embedded your company, your brand, in those values builds trust. And responsible. Responsible with everything that is around you, with your workers, with all those standards that do exist in a comprehensive way. And it has to be consistent between your narrative, what you are saying, what you are doing, and what you are really implementing, the real thing. Otherwise, we are again in that first slide I was mentioning you of fake news or contradicting information. And it might sound obvious, but there are many cases in which it's not that obvious. Okay? Just some brands that are from non-Muslim majority societies in which they are producing, and they're having the concept of halal and building trust towards the consumer in a broad sense of certification halal, but qualitative, diversified. This is from a French company, for instance, okay? Responsible, accessible, connected. And they are saying that openly. It's not anymore because they know that the consumers will demand more things to build trust, loyalty, and good relation, fluent relation between what I'm producing and to whom I am addressing. And there is another company from France also, in which the maturity of the concept is also there. It talks about quality, community, traceability, respect. One last thing, because I am 40 seconds beyond the 20 minutes. Creating an association of Muslim consumers, very especially in non-Muslim majority societies, should be part of that ecosystem that gives consistency. Creating that defends the rights, defends the demands, brings light to controversies, but also in a positive, constructive way, okay? It brings light to the whole ecosystem. This is important, but it has to be inclusive, open, transparent, and with a constructive approach to those demands. Otherwise, it can stigmatize the whole issue, okay? So this is also helpful to open to new segments of the society, not necessarily Muslim society, the halal product, approaching the narrative, the product itself. And this is helpful, definitely helpful. It's involving sort of closing the whole circle, having the end consumers well organized and well coordinated with the certifiers to be able to guarantee that traceability. So thanks, Chuck Teşekkürler. Muchas gracias. This has been my session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Alberikin, for this presentation. So our next speaker, Mr. Adem Çetinay, will join us online from nearly 15,000 kilometers away from Sydney, Australia. Mr. Çetinay is the vice chairman of SIGMA, which stands for the Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia. Australia is one of the leading meat exporters in the world, and SIGMA is among the first halal certification bodies accredited by the Halal Accreditation Agency, according to the OIC SME 2 standard for bodies providing halal certification. So, Mr. Çetinay has a lot of practical experience to share when it comes to building trust in the matters of halal certification, quality, and standards. Mr. Çetinay, if you can hear me, we are now transferring the control over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Corporate. It's a shame that I can't be with you guys as a result of the COVID outbreak in lockdown, so it's unfortunate, but hopefully my voice is coming clear. It's a bit of an echo on my end. I think I've got to close the mute. Okay.
We can hear you well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mr. Mustafa Tunja, Deputy Minister for Trade. His Excellency, Mr. Ihsan Öğüt, Secretary General SMIG. Mr. Fatih Ünlü, General Director ComSec. And Mr. Zafer Soylu, Chairman of the Board, Halal Accreditation Agency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here today speaking to you all. Inshallah, I will also try and keep it brief. My name is Adem Çetinay, as Mr. Corporate has said, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia. SIGMA, as we are known, is a not-for-profit Islamic organisation dedicated to promoting halal food and the institution of halal. It is owned by 10 Islamic societies that mainly consist of mosques, and profits that we make, inshallah, are distributed to these societies. We also support many non-member Muslim and Muslim organizations. Sigma certified halal products are sold in most major markets across the world and covers all food and consumable product categories. Sigma is the only halal certifier in Australia that is recognised and endorsed by all accreditation bodies around the world, such as the Halal Accreditation Agency in Turkey, Saudi Food and Drug Administration, Gulf Accreditation Centre, Saudi Arabian Standards Organisation, ESMA in the UAE, JAKIM in Malaysia, MUI in Indonesia, and MUIS in Singapore, to name a few. My presentation today will be about the role of halal certification bodies, or HCBs, in ensuring trust in halal certified products. I will also look at the role some countries may play also. I will speak about two main areas. The first is halal accreditation and certification, and the other is the role a non-Muslim country such as Australia can play to add trust and integrity into the process. Just before I continue, I'm getting a bit of echo on my end. I'll just try and fix that if I can. All right, I'm not going to be able to do it, I think, but I'll continue. Sigma first became an accredited halal certification body using an ISO-based standard in 2016. We have been audited on numerous occasions since and have performed very well. We look at these accreditation audits in a very positive manner. It is an opportunity for external eyes to look at our quality management system and scheme and determine whether any improvements are required. I would like to thank all the accreditation bodies and their auditors that have audited us in the past. Their feedback and recommendations are always appreciated. ISO-based standards such as the OIC SMIC standard that the Halal Accreditation Agency in Turkey has adopted is really the future for all of us. If the OIC SMIC standard is universally adopted, then this will help reduce costs and increase the value and reliability of the halal certification, thus making all our dreams about mutual recognition come true. Implementing audit standards such as the ISO 17065, which covers conformity assessment requirements for bodies certifying products, processes and services, has many benefits. It adds integrity and trustworthiness to the halal certification process. Some of the benefits are as follows. The standard introduces the certification schemes that need to be established and developed by the HCB. Schemes generally also include instructions for how the certified product, process or service can maintain its certification after its initial certification is granted, an activity known as surveillance. This ensures that the certified product, process or service continues to meet applicable requirements after the initial evaluation. The standard also describes the activities and setup of the HCB at a general level, starting with the minimum content of certification agreements, the use of certification marks and licenses, financial support and liability coverage, non-discrimination practices, and requirements on confidentiality and impartiality. Impartiality is stressed throughout the standard. I'll just close my volume. Hopefully that might make it a bit clearer. Sorry about that. The standard defines the resources required for HCB, such as accounting for the people involved in the certification process, requirements for personnel competencies, training and monitoring. The standard covers the requirements the HCB must follow while performing the various steps in the certification process. This includes receiving and reviewing the client's application for certification, the audit process, surveillance activities, assisting the HCB understand what tasks they must undertake when an adverse decision is made, such as suspending or withdrawing certification, and what duties the HCB has for handling complaints and appeals related to its certification activities. The standard improves the HCB's documentation management system from building and maintaining the central quality manual, including work instructions, procedures, policies, forms and records. The standard also requires HCBs to conduct internal audits for the management system and address corrective as well as preventative actions. So these requirements for us as a halal certifying body ensures that we operate impartially to a very high standard. This in turn adds trust and integrity to the Sigma Halal logo and brand. It gives confidence throughout the world that the halal certificate for the product was earned. As a person born in Australia from Turkish heritage, I was very excited when the Halal Accreditation Agency, or HAC, as they are known, was established in 2019. I hope that the Turkish government introduces further mandatory requirements regarding halal certification of products, especially those imported into the country. When HAC was established, we at Sigma saw an opportunity to test our scheme against the OIC SNIG standard. We worked through the application process with the HAC team in December 2019 and completed our assessment in 2020. Sigma was honoured to be the first international HCB accredited by HAC. We found the team at HAC and their auditors to be very knowledgeable and professional throughout the process. Our team also participated in training provided by HAC earlier this year, finding it to be very comprehensive and informative. I'll just go back through the initial slides, which I think my word presentation and speech was covering. It was just an initial introduction, the accreditation providers in the world, the roles that HCBs and non-Muslim countries are playing, and like I said, the initial foray into ISO-based standards by Sigma, also the benefits of the ISO 17065 and the related standards. So I apologise for the sharing of the screen. Looks like the other presentation was covering my screen. I would also like to talk about now about Australia in the second part of my presentation. I want to show the importance that non-Muslim countries place on halal red meat. Australia has been successfully exporting halal red meat and red meat products to Muslim consumers all across the world for decades. Australia is one of a few non-Muslim countries in the world that has a legislated system in place for the preparation, identification, processing, storage and segregation of halal red meat and red meat products intended for export from Australia. Halal red meat and red meat products must comply with Australia's Export Control Act of 2020, Export Control Meat and Meat Products Rules 2021. The legislated system in Australia is known as the Australian Government Authorised Halal Program, or AGAHP. Only halal red meat and red meat products that are compliant with the authorised program are eligible for the official Australian Halal Government Certificate. Under the authorised program, there are legislative responsibilities for the production of halal red meat intended for export, and there is a three-way partnership between the Australian Government, export registered red meat establishments and approved Islamic organisations known as AIOs, other HCBs. An approved Islamic organisation, or these approved Islamic organisations and the export registered meat establishments must hold an approved arrangement with the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. That has been reviewed and endorsed. They must undertake and successfully pass and verification activities conducted by the DAWE on a regular basis to ensure ongoing compliance with legislative responsibilities and agreed specifications under the approved arrangements. Australia has very strict standards in place to ensure the segregation and integrity of halal red meat intended for export through all stages of production and storage. The integrity of halal red meat production is underpinned through these approved arrangements. The official Australian Government halal certificate is jointly signed by the Australian Government and the HCB, or the Approved Islamic Organisation. This halal certificate is only issued if the halal production and integrity has been ensured. The Department of Agriculture also has the ability to approve new Islamic organisations that can demonstrate halal accreditation with an appropriate importing country authority and pass a fit and proper test. They also have the ability to suspend and remove accreditations for approved Islamic organisations and apply sanctions to export registered red meat establishments for non-compliance. Approved Islamic organisations are responsible for ensuring that religious, safety and quality requirements have been met for the halal production of red meat and red meat products intended for export from Australia. Approved Islamic organisations must also have a compliant approved arrangement with the Department of Agriculture, and it must include procedures on training and supervision of Muslim slaughtermen, supervision and auditing of halal establishments, notification of any non-conformances detected during these audits, maintenance of appropriate records, and notification of changes to relevant people. Currently, there are a total of 23 HCBs approved in Australia, which have been approved by the Department of Agriculture. Export-registered red meat establishments such as abattoirs must exercise strict compliance with the Department of Agriculture approved arrangements also. Establishments are responsible for food safety and hygienic production and other operational elements such as animal welfare. Establishments must ensure that halal requirements are consistently applied to ensure halal traceability and integrity throughout the slaughter, dressing, boning, packaging, storage, product transfer and load-out process. Establishments have an on-plant veterinarian, an OPV, who is employed by the Australian Government to conduct or provide supervision of daily ante and post-mortem inspections and verification of establishment's compliance within its approved arrangement. They also have an area technical manager, who are departmental officers with veterinary and audit qualifications who conduct audits at registered export meat establishments. So establishments go through many audits every year from different organisations to ensure compliance, again adding to the trust and integrity of the halal certification process. Another crucial aspect of the approved arrangement in Australia is that the HCBs are required to perform quarterly halal audits of abattoirs rather than yearly. This should provide further consumer confidence for halal red meat from Australia. We may also perform unannounced audits in addition to this where required. Only red meat and red meat products being produced in strict accordance with the Australian Government authorised halal program will be certified using the official halal mark and the official Australian Government halal certificate. Australia has recently developed and approved a formal training framework for halal slaughtering and processing, including nationally recognised skill sets and competencies. There is one new skill set specifically designed for Muslims involved in the slaughter process, and one new unit of competence to help non-Muslims understand the halal process. The modules with religious content will be delivered and assessed by approved Islamic organisations such as us, and the modules with non-religious content such as knife sharpening, workplace health and safety will be delivered by accredited trainers. The Australian red meat industry has teamed up with the Australian Government to develop a video which provides an introduction and information about Australia's halal program. This video is expected to be launched before the end of this year, so please keep an eye out. So, in summary, I think that you would agree that having test schemes or the standards is pretty worthless if it's not implemented properly. We can assume that better equipped and enabled the halal certification body is, the integrity of the halal certification system will be much greater. Any HCB that has accreditation with an ISO-based scheme around the world, implementing the rules and procedures as required should be at a higher standard than its competitors who are not accredited by such standards. As a result, the element of integrity, trustworthiness, and reliability in halal certification is ensured and maintained at a high standard. Thank you once again to Mr. Zafar Soil and his team at the Halal Accreditation Agency for providing this opportunity today. I wish them every success, inshallah. Thank you and assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Shazak, for joining us all the way from Australia and sharing your views on these important matters. Thank you, Mr. Chaitai, for joining us all the way from Australia and sharing your views on these important matters. So this was the final presentation of the general session, but before we move on to lunch, I would like to invite Mr. Övüt and also Mr. Alberakin to the stage. The Halal Accreditation Agency would like to present them with a commemorative gift as a sign of appreciation for joining the conference. The gifts will be presented by Mr. Zafer Soylu, please. Dear participants, thank you for your patience. Now we will move on to lunch. Lunch will be served on the 5th floor, but we will be back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Ben mail gönderdim. Abi bu
Ben
ne?
direkt WhatsApp'tan yollamıştım. İsterseniz alın gelin, her azından siz de uğraşmayın ya. Ben bir flash atacağım.
Olur vallahi ya, olur vallahi. Bir an önce ikisi de var mı peki? Bir an önce onu da acaba size şey
At mail
atsam.
at. Bir
Ben
flash
mail
at.
atayım ya.
Hemen, ya size zahmet Burak Bey ya, kusura bakmayın ya. Hiç,
Çok büyük zahmet gerçekten.
ya hocam siz günü kurtarıyorsunuz zaten.
Sana mı mail atayım?
Vallahi. Vallahi bu gidişte bizim gün kapanacak zaten. Diyeceğim yani kusura bakmayın çok şey oldu. Sıkıştınız hepinizin uykusu geldi. Yansıları paylaşıp bir tane daha alıyoruz diye. Sen bana mail at ben hemen şey ofisten şey ama odadan şey.
Tamam. Atıyorum sana.
İş hocam de gelsin. Olur ama
Burhanettin'in
onun
maili
sonunda
neydi ya?
bir 5 dakikaya gelirim dedi.
Dur ben
Biraz
sana-
önce buradaydı, bir 5 dakikaya geliyorum yani. Bu şey çalışmıyor gibi. Bunun şeyi çalışmıyor gibi. Niye bu çalışmıyor? Mouse mu çalışmıyor? Ya bir yandan sürekli olarak insanlar var ya. Yani şey yapamıyorum bir şey ya.
Bastı acaba o yüzden şu o kitleme tuşu var ya. Bir saniye bir saniye şu olsaydı sanki. Yok bu değil. Ama kitleyen bir tuş vardı ya.
Bir saniye şöyle yapalım. Önce bunu anlatacak zaten. Dolayısıyla şey, en azından bunu böyle yapabildim. Zaten çünkü sunum bu olacak. Aha.
Yes.
Oh yes, okay, this is the right one. Okay, okay, so I will announce you and you can. Dear colleagues, welcome to the second session of the International Conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification. This session will be about halal laboratory practices, and we will deal with the technical and scientific aspects of halal authenticity and halal certification. Our first speaker will be Mr. Mohammed Hussein Shojai Aliabadi. Mr. Aliabadi has a long history in the field. He has 15 years of experience working for government in the area of veterinary services, and he has another 15 years of experience as the owner and manager of the Farouk Life Sciences Research Laboratory. Mr. Ali Abadi has been a significant contributor in the preparation of several SMEC halal standards, particularly those on conformity assessment. He is the chairman of the SMEC Committee on Standards for Conformity Assessment, which is the committee responsible for drafting the SMEC 35 standard on halal laboratories and the SMEC 36 standard for halal proficiency testing. So we asked Mr. Ali Abadi whether it was possible for him to make a speech about both standards, and he gracefully agreed to make not one but two back-to-back presentations on these topics. So without further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Ali Abadi to the floor.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم الحمد لله المتجلی بجماله المحتجب بجلاله و صلوات علی محمد و آله. Ladies and gentlemen, today my topics are introduction to OIC SMIC 35 and OIC SMIC 36, and also we will talk about challenges with halal authenticity. Therefore, we are going to look at the top of the iceberg, but there are a lot of things more than that. Mr. Ihsanowood, this morning, he explained about OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure. Therefore, I'm not going to repeat what he said, but one of the main elements of the conformity assessment, especially for tangible products, is laboratory results. Therefore, we need to look at this issue more carefully. What is OIC SMIC 35 2020? It's our standards on the general requirements for halal testing laboratories. If I want to summarize what it is happening, it's that it's actually ISO IEC 17025, which is very familiar with you in the field, and of course, few changes. And I try to summarize them. Therefore, in forward, we talked about SMIC, we talked about SMIC CCA, which is a conformity assessment committee, which I'm delighted to be chair of this committee. And then on forward, they will talk about the ISO 17025, of course. And then on top of that, they will talk, in normative references and also term of definitions. They talk about ISO 17025 and OIC SMIC 1. We don't have any changes in general requirements. And on the structural requirements, we have added issue of Muslim employee or Muslim personnel, and also Islamic value. We have the issue of the resources requirements. With this here, we are talking about halal training and also Muslim personnel, as well as DNA and halal and non-halal and najis contamination, or the risk of contamination. In the number 7, we are talking about process requirements, and here there are some issues of Islamic cleaning practices or tahara, non-halal najis contamination, and also there should be no halal mark on the report. And then nothing in the management system requirements, a bit change in bibliography, and that is how we can summarize what we are going. And this is, the parts which actually we changed compared to 17025. In scope, we didn't change anything. Normative reference, on top of 17,000, which was originally. Now we are talking about 17025 and OIC SMIC 1. Same goes for the terms of and definitions. The clause 4, 4.1 and 2 on the impartiality and confidentiality, we didn't add anything. In case of structural requirements 5.1, and we talked about the laboratory shall appoint a member of staff who will be a competent Muslim. Therefore, that is the first requirement case. And that person should have a direct access to highest level of management, of course. In the 5.2, it says that, the employees shall committed to all Islamic values. Therefore, that is what we are going to ask. One of the main differences between OIC SMIC 2 and 3 with their ISO counterparts is that we add the Islamic entity. That means that it's owned by a Muslim, managed by a Muslim, and also daily work by Muslim personnel. And such a thing has not been added for these two standards which we are going to talk. On the number 6, that's 6.1, there is no change in personnel. 6.2, it talks about the, suitable training, and also that, the persons who are doing the halal test should be Muslim, and they have also received the halal-related training. And also the person that, authorized the review of the results also should be a Muslim. Therefore, that is important issue in these standards. And 6.3, 6.31, here specifically talking about the problems of nucleic acid amplifications and possible of the cross-contamination in molecular biology tests. And in case of equipment 6.4, we say that the equipment shall not contain any materials which can be taken into account as non-halal or najis by Islamic law, and also any oil or greases for the maintenance of equipment should be free of non-halal and or najis products. Nothing on the 6.5 and 6.6, which it is talking about meteorological traceability and externally provided products and services. Same for 7, we didn't have anything in 7 and 7.2 and 3. One thing it is very important that, this is issue of the validation. If we go to OIC SMIC 1 and the general requirements for halal food, in clause 10, we are talking about the halal, we are talking about validation and verification method. And here we talk about the halal authenticity conformity test method. And we define that, you have to do a proper test, you have to do three things. First, objectively identify the halal source of food. Second, it should be free from non-halal or najis products based on risk assessment. And third, that's the requirements of slaughtering based on OIC SMIC 1 has been fulfilled. That means what we call it in fiqh as tazkiyah. If we look at the OIC SMIC 22, which with the title of Halal Edible Gelatin Requirements and Test Method, we also here, we talked here nicely, I think that as you see on the screen that, first, in case of gelatin, we know that 99% of gelatin comes from two species, the pig and bovine, for porcine and bovine, and the rest of them, which are not significant, from fish mainly, it is 1%. Of course, there are from donkey, but this is more for treatment, it's very expensive, nobody is going to use it. From the skin of chicken, there is a possibility. But therefore, if we do the risk assessment, we have to check that, gelatin is positively comes from bovine. Therefore, that is the first test we have to do. And then second test is that, authenticity test for halal animal origin. Therefore, we have to positive, first we have to say that it is gelatin. The second, we have to say that it comes from bovine. We know that, the price of porcine gelatin is low. Therefore, there is a possibility of fraud, although there are technically some problems also mixing, acid treated and basic treated gelatin together. But, in the end of the day, there is a possibility. Therefore, it should be negative. And in this one, we have to talk about the limit of detection of the validated method. Therefore, if you are doing the molecular biology, is it a one copy is meaning LOD is 10 copies LOD, or you are talking about a percentage? Then we have to also do the positive identification of halal slaughtering. At the moment, there are non-standard methods for such a things, even at the research base. There are some ideas which I'll try to explore with you later on. Therefore, at the moment, such a test is not exist. Therefore, we have to rely on the subjective evidences comes from the person who are, staying at the time of the slaughter in a slaughterhouse. And then, of course, we need the confirmation of the traceability of raw material. In 7.4, we have 7.4.1 that is said that, we should ensure that, there is no cross-contamination between samples, because such a laboratories are working with the halal products and non-halal products. Therefore, they need to look at the segregation, and if there is a need, they have to do the method of cleaning according to Islamic rules and law. The rest of them, 7.5 till 7.8, we don't have anything issue. In 7.83, specific requirement for test reports, it is specifically mentioned that a laboratory should not issue a halal mark. Therefore, the report is just an arbitration of the results which been found. Therefore, they should not claim of any halalness of the products. For the 7.84 till 8, there is nothing. Almost for the rest of this is standard, and I already made a summary of what we can see. But now I have to talk about the issue of the relationship between Islam and science. When we do the measurements, there is a measurand, which it is a quantity or property intended to be measured. Sometimes we are talking about the surrogate marker, and sometimes about the target marker. How the method is specific, could be these markers could be destroyed, could be masked. For example, when we are doing a DNA test in a non-destroyed product, or not highly processed product, like a meat or any piece of fruit, the DNA is intact. Therefore, it is a target marker, and you can always, there is no meat without a DNA. Therefore, you can always correlate these two together. But in gelatin, it acts like a surrogate marker, means that, depends which type of DNA you are using. Normally, we should go for mitochondrial, which are, they stay in a harsh environment of the processing which goes through. But for example, when we talk about the, segments of the bovine alpha gelatin, then that is we are talking about a target market. The other issue is that, whenever you do a test, there is a possibility of, a two-way table. We could have a true positive, and we could have a true negative. But at the same time, there is a possibility of false negative and false positive. If we can draw them, for example, non-halal and halal, you can have true negative and true positive. But if you are lucky, you can have them separated. Therefore, you can define a threshold which completely 100% separate these two. But in reality, a lot of times these are too close, and then we have always a false positive and false negative. Then you can play with the threshold. If you make it so low, means that, of course, the number of false negative are coming down, but you are losing a lot of good products as well. If you However, increase that one, you decrease the number of false positive. However, a lot of negative, true negative also can be found as positive. Therefore, that's a very important issue. Always there is we have to know that there is always a constant threat to integrity of halal food. There are misunderstandings, maybe sometimes not a clear technical identification, or limited awareness in different sections. Also, there is a possibility of fraudulently labeled imitation to exploit the added value. To understand this issue, we have also understand the relationship between Islam and science. If we look at the lunar cycle, there are times that, the beginning of the moon, if you recall that we always have this, row that, is it the, Ramadan started or where is the Eid comes from? The problem lies on the foundation of the definition. If we talk about the full moon, what is the full moon? Means that 100% illumination of the moon, which somebody can see with the naked eyes from the earth. That is very easy. We can always calculate this 100%, and then we can find the date. But what it is the new moon? New moon is the minimum. Is not a 100. It's not a percentage. It's actually the minimum percentage of illumination of the moon, which can be seen by the average naked eye. And in science, they can say that it is almost 5%. But the value of that is never be able, you cannot replace it by science. Therefore, for the full moon, the science and Islam or Islamic values are superimposed, but when it comes for the new moon, you never be able to solve the problem. We have in Holy Quran, we have a verse that says, "Aqim as-salat liduluk ash-shams ila qasar al-layl." What it is that, it says that liduluk ash-shams. What it is duluk ash-shams means that, when you put a piece of stick on the ground, in the morning, in the northern hemisphere, which we are living, the sun will start from the east, and therefore the shadow goes to the west. More it comes to the center of the sky, the shadow become very, very small. If you are in the center of Earth, equator, then there would be no shadow. But here, when we are, towards to the North Pole, we have a small shadow. And then afterward, you will reach that, the sun goes to the west, and the shadow, change to move to the east. That is the Duluk Shams. Therefore, azan for the midday can be calculated easily by the science, because the definition of, Duluk Shams and the science almost superimposed. But what it is Fajr? Then there is a difference. The difference is that, the sun is actually below the horizon. And when it reaches to the, when it reaches the, to the horizon, then now we can see the light, and now it is the, the prayer of the morning is, invalid. We cannot pray anymore. But some of the, scholars of Islam, they used almost when they are minus 18, and then some of them when they are minus 12. Therefore, that's the reason you go to different countries, you will see that, you know, the morning azan comes at a different time. Now let us back to, you know, one of the principle of, halal standards, which it is tazkiyah. What it is tazkiyah? You know, we do a lot, you know, we do to make meat edible by Islam, permissible by Islamic law, we have to do, you know, few steps. For example, we have to this process called tazkiyah. In tazkiyah, for example, it is based on OIC SMIC 1. It is istiqbal, means that towards Qibla, you have to cut the throat, say Bismillah. You know, tasmiyah, saying Bismillah is obligatory. These are, if you do all of these things, then the animal is past tazkiyah, and then it is, you know, eatable. When we talk about the, you know, we should also understand that by default, all plants are halal, unless you find, you know, contrary to that. For example, there is a poison, there is a problem with it. Therefore, if we can have a method which can prove that 100% olive oil is olive oil, then you can establish it is a halal product. But contrary, all meats are haram, illa ma zakkaytum, unless there is tazkiyah. Why, for example, when you go to market today, or, you know, we had a, you know, wonderful lunch today, why don't we ask? Because it is a Muslim market, it's a Muslim country. Therefore, if it was another country, we should have asked, you know, is this halal? Therefore, that is the basic things how we are going to look at the issue. For validation of halal analytical methods, steps, we need providing proof of concept, both theoretically and practically. We have to perform validation, in-house method validation. And then if we want to have a standard method, we need to conduct an inter-laboratory comparison test to validate the method. For example, if we want to talk objectively, identify the halal source of food, for example, we say that, you know, it is halal animal. For example, it is sheep. In regards to non-halal and najis, we said that it is a risk-based, and also the fulfillment of the tazkiyah we already said. Okay, now how we can discuss this? For example, as I said that there are almost no standard method for halal, but how we can use the current methods. One of the methods is used for the forensic science. Our work in halal is close to forensic science. Sometimes a criminal, they will, for example, give a poison to a person, but to get away from his criminal act, he stabbed the victim. But when it goes to the forensic medicine, they will say that, okay, this wound is done after the death. Okay? For example, we know that in OIC SMIC 1, we have to do the slaughtering in a live animal. If it is alive, when you cut, there would be an inflammation in the site of cut. Therefore, if we check the site underneath of the microscope, we can see the mast cell degranulations, and this is showing that the inflammation started before the animal was alive at the time of death. Or that would be a good way of doing that. However, regrettably, normally we cut the neck in the process. But if the neck is there, it's perfect. You can check it. Or you can also check this degranulation of mast cells using mass spectroscopy. For now we have the, how we can come up with the halal testing. One thing I would like to say about the adulteration, this is the top list of European Union. During lunch we were talking to our respected professor, and this is the list, it starts from olive oil and then goes to the, fruit juice. The problem of honey is everywhere. Anyone who wants the slides, I'm happy to give it to you. Therefore, what is the root of problem? Again, in the food fraud, there is no specific method. There is the assays done without identification, and identification was through the component measurement. Therefore, that is the problem. It's actually to do a good test for food. We are not talking about halal now. We are just talking about general food. We need 3 tests. Identification assay, to first saying that, the orange juice is orange juice, or the milk is milk. Then quality assay, now we are talking about the amount of fat. What is the point that, for example, if you have a milk, which it is made fraudulently, and the amount of fat is high, but it is not milk. And then there is a safety test, or the safety assay. What is the point? If you make a orange juice out of sugar color, there would be no pesticide residue. It is safe, wonderful, but it is not orange juice. If you look at the, we can learn a lot from the pharmaceutical industry. Over there, they always start from identification, then go to assay. For example, we have a bad experience almost more than a decade ago on the issue of melamine in milk in China. What happened that, they were selling milk powder with the price based on amount of protein. How the protein has been measured using Kegeldar or Keldal method. In this way, you measure the nitrogen, you digest, you make a nitrogen, you release the nitrogen, you measure the nitrogen and say that, with some formulae, you come up with that there is how much protein is there. And they come up with a good idea. The idea was to add a white powder, which was melamine, and then they caused a lot of problem. They destroyed the kidney of, unfortunately, kids. And then now everywhere, even I'm sure in Turkey and then around the world, now that we have to test the issue of melamine. The root is that, the identification, because the Keldal method is based, it was for products which you can see the identification, like a meat. But if you have a sausages, which it is, then you cannot recognize, they can put a lot of things as a source of protein. Now, for example, this is the issue of the lime juice, which there is also in juices we have a problem. One of the technique is to measure the citric acid and isocitric acid ratio, because citric acid you can make it industrially, but isocitric acid at the moment it's very expensive to make, and it is done only in the tree. Therefore, measuring this ratio, you can come up with the idea. But what we did once, here you can see we used a non-targeted method of NMR, and in one product, the acid was okay, but they saw that the high glycerol, and this high glycerol means that they are adding glycerin or glycerol as a emulsifier. Where is the source? We don't know. Therefore, if the integrity has been demolished or not established, then you cannot issue the halal certificate. This is also how we do it with the, very good method with the LCMSMS. You can check the isocitric acid. Therefore, one other thing is this, we have to talk about the targeted and non-targeted approach. There are, if we know what it is the problem, like the issue of the mast cell in the, place of incision, then you can go and make a, targeted analysis. Otherwise, non-targeted approach is much better because you will see the picture is changing, but you need to do chemometrics. For not the analysis enough, also you need, the statistical analysis of the data. Of course, it is more complex, but it is a good idea. One of the issues on the halal, we can use omics, means that, we can, any products which comes in the body, it starts from the DNA, from the, the information, molecular information, then through messenger RNA, it goes to the cytoplasm, make a protein, and then, or a metabolite of it. And then we can call them genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. These are very good idea of how we can, measure something. Therefore, any protein has got its own DNA, it's got its own mRNA. You can measure it, then you can, if it is a marker, surrogate or target marker, you can find that. In the genomics, you can have, for example, to design something. Nowadays, a lot of times we are talking about real-time PCR, but there is a limit for real-time PCR. It's excellent method, but you can measure maybe, two channels, 4 channels, 6 channels, means that 2, 4, 6 different DNA can be investigated. But we have a next generation sequencing, which it is much better. What we need, for example, what sort of method we need is that if you have a sheep meatball, we have some constituents like sheep, onion, potato, and then you have to find them, This is very good, I challenge myself. There is no laboratory in the world which, for example, you give them a biscuit or a chocolate and say, confirm that they claim 10 products there as a ingredient, and they can confirm that they are there. But this is quite good. For example, they can claim that we have lovage or pepper and they are missing. But also there is an adulterant, which like beef could be there, pork could be there. And for us, this adulterant could be also, help us to establish it is non-halal. Therefore, that is very important. Also, you can find allergens like soybeans. Therefore, that is the very good type of test. There are few companies in the world that they can do these things, but that is a good thing. I'm sure that our Turkish colleague can do that, and also the other scientists around the world. About the targeted and non-targeted analytical. In the targeted, we have to see that in targeted analysis, we have to know what we are looking. In non-targeted, we do not know that. I just passed these few things. For example, we can have the gelatin speciation with FTIR method. For example, you can check them and make a series of measurements, and then you can make a plot. Now, for example, here you can see that there is a difference between porcine between the bovine, the blue one, and those which we call it animal glue. Sorry, the red one is porcine, the animal glue is green. Therefore, we did the method with FTIR, but now we can make a distinction through the chemometrics approach. What we did is that, as I explained to you, we can play with the threshold. We can change the true positive and true negative. For example, in the bovine test, it is 100% true negative. And in the porcine, we can have the 100% true positive, but still we have small amount of true negative. We can do also the same for the meat. This is my colleagues in the university, Shahid Beheshti University in Tehran, they did it. And now you can, over there, you can see the difference between 4 species: bovine, ovine, porcine, and poultry or avian. And then that's the other way of looking at this data. Or that is also another type of presentation of you can make a distinction between these 4 types of meat. One of the issues is that, we can look at this, inorganic analysis about the stable isotope analysis and trace elements. We have a verses in Holy Quran which says that وَالْبَلَدُ الطَّيِّبُ يَخْرُجُ نَبَاتُ بِإِذْنِ رَبِّهِ وَالَّذِي خَبُثَ لَا يَخْرُجُ إِلَّا نَكِدًا. It says that, when the land is clean, it gives you good products. If it is khabis is, in front of tayyib, means that something it is unclean, then only bad things will come. And I will show you here, this is the results of the rice, arsenic in rice. You can see that, when the land, amount of arsenic in land was 17.4 ppm, we had a mean of 384 or almost 400 ppb of arsenic in the rice. When the land is less contaminated, the amount is reduced to almost below 300. Therefore, that is almost what in Holy Quran says. One thing we can talk about is about stable isotope. This stable isotope iron is actually 55.845. But if we want to look at them, we have with the mass of 54, 55, 57, and 58. Almost 92% is 56, and then 5.8% as 54, and then 57 is about 2%, and 58 is 0.3. This is a very good study done in Thailand. This is showing that they check the difference between the ratio of iron 57 and then 56. And now you can see that there is a Swiss woman and a Thai woman. And this starts from minus 26, and the other starts from minus 33.2, sorry. And therefore you can make a distinction. We did one work myself with the colleagues in Germany, and we checked we plot the difference between 57 to, you can see that, we checked the serum of human, and now you can see that all the males can be separated from the female. Therefore, we can, with the measurement of the stable isotope, we can see that, for example, even we can say it is male or female. Therefore, on this issue, we have the similar iron in, instead of hemoglobin in the blood, we have myoglobin, and then we can, release it from the muscle, and also say that it comes from the Thailand or it comes from Switzerland. The same is also happening in hydrogen, in carbon, in nitrogen, in oxygen, in sulfur. Therefore, we can, based on these models, we can check that. We know, for example, in carbon, we have 99% of carbon is carbon 12, and 1% it is carbon 13. Therefore, one neutron has got. Therefore, all the characteristics are same, but only the mass is different. And that is what they did to check this value has been checked in honey. If your honey comes, every component comes from the same area, the ratio of the C12 to C13 in all products are the same. If there is a difference, means that, for example, they add something like sugar. We have also the issue of hydrogen isotope. This is a map of New Zealand about we have a heavy water and we have a normal hydrogen. Therefore, that is also one thing we can also, from the amount of this hydrogen, we can say that, for example, it really comes from Australia, the meat, or not. Therefore, there are a lot of things in science. And this is what they did in caviar, for example, if it comes from Europe or non-European source. And you can do on the nitrogen 14 versus 15. Also, on this issue, you can see that, for example, we can have a test for organic. This is organic tomato, and you can see that, if you give always in the air, there is a, more 14 to 15. More it comes to the plant and to the animal and to human, the amount of the heavier isotope goes up. This is not a huge amount. After 4 digits, they are going to change. But what they can give, if you give a manure of animal, you will see high amount of C14, C15, nitrogen 15. If you give the plant-based, which also synthetic petroleum-based products are actually comes from mainly plant. Therefore, you will see less heavy nitrogen. Therefore, you can see this difference. In some products like carrot, it wouldn't work like that. And this is, I'm just passing, this is also the same is happening in the plankton to go to different fish. Therefore, you can see that. This is also very nice that you can see that, based on the species, the difference of the difference of C13 in C3 of plants are different. Therefore, you can see that completely starts from insects, goes to birds, and then to mice, rats, and lizards, something like that. Therefore, we can use this technique. One of the ways is the identification of species of blood. There is a, to clot. What is the clot? Clot is actually a net which the blood cell will stuck in it, and then it will stop bleeding. To start, we have a fibrinogen. We should change to fibrin, and this fibrinopeptide. It's a difference. There is a difference between fibrinopeptide from porcine and bovine. Therefore, you can see that if the blood comes from porcine or bovine. One of the issue is that one of the recent advancement is done in United Kingdom. They're using electronic knife. What they do is it's actually they found a very good work on the surgery for treatment of cancer. One of the, the most success rate is that, when you are cutting, for example, piece of liver or piece of kidney, the surgeon should cut the diseased part, but leave the, undiseased part, because then, if you make a mistake, first you have reoccurrence, you have to go and do the surgery again. If you take more good tissues, then you are destroying the livelihood of the patient. They come up with this system that, they make a e-knife, it's an electronic knife, it's a laser knife. When you cut, it will make smoke. This evaporation will go inside the high resolution LCMS, and with the chemometrics, at the time of surgery, they can say this is liver, carcinogenic liver, or it is a healthy liver. Therefore, these tests could be used also. You can do it for fish, for example. You can, with the same system, you just cut it, take it to the, the evaporation to the system, and with the quick chemometrics, you can come up with the specification. One of the ways of the tuna fishing, is a sustainable tuna fishing. In the sustainable tuna fishing, it's more expensive at the moment compared to the non-sustainable, which they catch almost everything. And now there are, one of my friends, Professor Christopher Elliott in Queen's University of Belfast, is now working to use same technique to make sure that the fish has been catched and killed after the catching, or in the net. For these are coming, this could be used also for us as well. There are also targeted profiles. There are a lot of archaeological work on the DNA of, as well as work on the remaining of the protein like collagen. Therefore, you can find out, they already done this work very good in Fera. They come up with the pieces of the collagen which they have to measure, and then from that they do the digestion and do the further mass spectroscopy after liquid chromatography, and they come up with the pattern to say that is it a bovine or porcine. They can say about the some archaeological more than millions of years old. Therefore, we can borrow these things for the halal as well, although they are also doing this gelatin speciation as well. There are also other things that, there are terahertz is coming. This is advancement of the terahertz, which it is like radio a wave, they can penetrate, but also like near IR can be distinctive. Therefore, you have the system that you can pass your luggage, and they can say that there is, for example, in this case, cocaine inside the luggage or not. Therefore, that is good for custom. But we can use this technique also for ourselves. In conclusion here, there is no magic, of course. For testing, we have to look at the new methods. We have to look at the new advancement like smartphone spectrum model, about the big data modeling. And I hope that is to help us to go for the next talk, which it is slightly shorter than this, hopefully. Could you show me the other one thing? This is not working. Thank you. On OIC 36, if you look at them, the summary is that, in forward introduction, we put SMIC and SMIC CCA information. This is based on 17043 about proficiency test. This is about halal proficiency test. They explain also what it is shall and should means. Scope, they talk about the halal proficiency testing. They define that. In normative reference, they put 17043 plus OIC SMIC 1. There is nothing in terms of definition and technical requirement. They add Muslim, non-halal, and najis contamination. In management requirements, there is nothing. Therefore, and the Annex 1 selection of use of halal proficiency test, they only add the halal term there, and the bibliography is more shortened, and we talk about 1725, 47, and OIC SMIC 1. And these are the parts which has been changed. Okay, now on the scope, here talk that the expression of halal proficiency testing is used for in place of full term of proficiency testing for halal purposes. Therefore, that is what we mean by halal proficiency testing. Normative reference, I explained, that's 17043, 17,000, and also SMIC 1. The same for term and clause 3, term and definitions. In 4.1 general, we didn't have any changes. In 4.2 personnel, here it says that they should appoint a competent Muslim staff member for the job, and we should have the defined responsibility for ensuring that activity of halal proficiency test is implemented. And 4.22, we talk about suitable training planned for staff in the relevant area and topics of halal. Also, 4.2.3, the technical personnel assigned to perform halal testing should be Muslim. Therefore, the Muslim personnel is important. In 4.3.1, elimination of risk of cross-contamination of non-halal or is been highlighted. Then 4.32, the equipment, again, like what we said in OIC SMIC 35, which the equipment should not contain any haram or non-halal or najis component, and oil and greases for maintenance should be also free of non-halal or najis. And also they said it should be food grade. But in the rest, 4.4 design of halal proficiency testing, there is nothing. In 4.6 operation of halal proficiency test, subclause of 4.6.2.1, it says that the halal proficiency test item are stored, shall be categorized and labeled as halal proficiency test item and segregated to prevent any cross-contamination. For the segregation in the keeping, we have that. And 4.7, there is no changes. If we talk in generally, these are the parts has been changed. And up to now, 4.8.81, we say that the review of authorization shall be done by a Muslim employee, and at least minimum 2 personnel should authorize to review authorization of halal proficiency results. In 5.1 to 5.3, there is nothing, almost nothing to the end. And actually, the annex is a copy of ISO 17043, with the difference that the numbering is different. Otherwise, it is the same thing. And then in the bibliography, which it is shortened, and OIC SMIC 3, 11, and 25 are in there. And in conclusion, that is the difference. The difference is, the term of halal proficiency testing and the Muslim employee, and avoid the cross-contamination of non-halal and najis. بلغ الأولى بكماله كشف الدجى بجماله حسنت جميع خصاله صلوا عليه وآله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Abadi, for these comprehensive presentations. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Burhanettin Yalçınkaya from TÜBİTAK National Meteorology Institute to make his presentation. In his role as a researcher, Mr. Yalçınkaya carries out studies in the field of biometeorology. He has worked on several national and international projects involving method development studies and production of reference materials. His presentation will be on the importance of the proficiency of laboratories carrying out halal analysis and the role of reference material in verifying methods and ensuring the traceability of analysis. Mr. Yalçınkaya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Sayın Başkanım, değerli
Distinguished President, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome all of you.
but some people are coming from Turkey. Also, there is a translation, so I present my in Turkish.
Laboratories, most of the time, claim that they can make identification, they can make analysis, they can analyze and identify a halal product or a non-halal one within the framework of a matrix. This is the claim of the laboratories, but do they really do that? Or can they really do that? How can they claim this? These are the question marks that we are faced with. Are they traceable? Which method is used? Or what is the limit of detection? To what extent they can detect? These are the question marks that we are faced with in the proficiency of the laboratories. In any place on the earth, a material that can be measured, is it always the same in another place? In other words, a kilogram of a product that we purchase from the market, is it the same from with the one that we purchase from the supermarket? If this method is traceable, yes. If these measurements are traceable, yes, then 1 kilogram of tomato that we purchase from the market in Turkey is equivalent to a kilogram of tomato that we buy from any other place on the earth. The metrological traceability of an analysis is important because this brings validity to a measurement. In other words, an analysis by a test laboratory should be done on a reference material, and then through BIPM, this makes the traceability possible, and the result of the analysis by the test laboratory will be traceable by any other place on the earth. So what about the quality assurance in the laboratory? How do you ensure that? The most important thing is the operator or the technician in the laboratory. The personnel in the laboratory, the proficiency of them is very important. The competency of the personnel is important. The devices used, the calibration, the traceability, these are the important points. Then they can surpass the technical stage. There has to be a standard for the analysis. This standard has to be realized in accordance with OIC SMIC. We'll use the standards in accordance with the purpose. So measurable and comparable and reliable results can be attained only by this way. So how can we understand the competency of the laboratory? By the validated tests, by control cards, we can do that. So there are 3 pillars of that. These 3 techniques, what should they be based on? The reference materials, the certificates and the reference materials are important in order to show the competency of a laboratory. When we take a look at the performance of a laboratory, how can you prove it? It's important. Why? Because the laboratories declare a result and the customers rely on these results. But the laboratory must be able to provide comparable results, and the analysis must be based on standards like SMIC 36 or ISO 17025. I'd like to show you an analysis by a laboratory, how the method can be validated, can be accepted. The certificated reference material is used by the laboratory, and the result of the analysis... is there a pointer available here? By using a certificated reference material, if the result can be attained by their own method, then this method will be acceptable, will be valid. But as seen in the graph, if the value cannot be found, then there is a problem in the laboratory in this respect. What can they do for that? First of all, the quality control cards can be followed up. If the reference material, if there's a decline, then there might be a deviation in the device that is used, or if the deviation is constant, in other words, if it is not constantly updated or shifted, then a correction factor can be used. Of course, we are talking about reference materials. What are the reference materials? In the process of measurement, these reference materials consist of one or more than one homogeneous and decisive materials. These reference materials can be a compound or can be pure. When we talk about the certified reference materials, you can indicate the proportions. In certified reference materials, there can be one or more than one qualifications, and valid procedures should be used so that these materials can be characterized. Of course, these are homogeneous materials, and the metrological traceability is important for the reference materials. When we take a look at certified reference materials, we have 5 main titles. Calibrator reference materials. Chemical purity is important for these materials. Standard solvents and gas mixtures. The gases are weighed here for the certified reference materials. For matrix reference materials, major, minor, and negligible chemical contents are important for characterization of these reference materials. From matrix to matrix, it is possible to add ingredients or synthetic material. Method validation or quality control or method development are the main areas of usage for that. For chemical matrices, melting point or viscosity are the main characteristics used here. For reference objects and human-made materials, these are synthetically produced and used in cellular analysis. When we take a look at reference materials for their implementation, they can be used in method validation, in method development, sorry for that, ambiguity, calibration. These are mostly used for meteorologic traceability. We can use it for performance purposes have to be selected accurately and have to be used in accordance with the purpose, the reference materials. Only by this way they can perform accordingly. For the what is the difference between reference materials and certified reference materials? And then I will move on to the procedure of reference material production. For both of them are homogeneous, and for extra research, for the certified ones, meteorological procedures are used and a value is attributed. Homogeneity is important in both of them, as mentioned earlier. For certified reference materials, traceability and ambiguity are also taken into account. Quality control is and method development require reference materials. In addition to that, calibration, full validation can be done by certified reference materials. What about the production of reference materials? Can everyone produce a reference material? Can a laboratory produce a certified reference material? I'd like to give brief information about that. According to ISO 17034, first of all, supply of material is important. Grinding, drying, the original material to be developed, or because of sterilization reasons, gamma rays can be used. To give more details, for certified reference material, we can prepare it from 1 to 3 years. Planning takes time, of course. Material processing, homogeneity tests. At the first stages we do this, and then which metrics will it be, which form will it be, which will be the purpose it will serve. At the stage of processing the material, as mentioned by the previous speaker, if it is a processed product, then if it serves to the purpose through DNA or through protein, then we implement the protocol for the material to be processed, because this process might harm DNA. So we conduct the study accordingly. In the homogeneity test, according to cube root 10, we assume homogeneity tests on the material. If it is a homogeneous material, then short-term decisiveness trials in different temperatures are done, so that we can identify the decisiveness of the material. On the basis of the material, actually, we do this rather than the physical outlook. So the stability is identified according to that. Short-term and long-term stability trials are done, and then we do the characterization work with different methods. In the end, we are producing a reference, certified reference material. It looks like just taking the material and putting it in bottles, but this is not the case. Actually, this is quite a complicated and time-taking and tiring process. All of these tests are done in accordance with 17025. Of course, SMIC 35 is included in that. For certified reference materials, how do we select them? First of all, the purpose is important, so we have to select them accurately so that it can serve to the purpose of our analysis. For accurate selection, the purpose, the magnitude, these are important. So if you want to identify pork, for example, you have to go to the lowest level, 1%, 0.1%, 0.01%. In order to identify that, you have to use a proper reference material. Or if you want to make identification and if your method is validated, then you can use pure samples, and you can make mixtures of DNA in your laboratory. The reference material that you have, the ambiguity and traceability, these are also important points for a laboratory, as you can imagine. Quality assurance, this is another point that is important. The laboratory must have the quality proficiency, quality competency. The information in the certificate report must be transparent and understandable. In the transportation, you should not be faced with any problem. Or why? If the material is not stable in room temperature, and if you want to send this to another province, and if you do not use a freezer, then this certified reference material will be degraded, and you will not get the accurate measurement results if you use this material. Of course, costs are valid for that as well. As mentioned earlier, in the laboratory analysis, if you are working on a solid sample, then you have to select the reference material suitable to that. For example, in the sample of meat, you'll have DNA isolation and the protein matrix. From a liquid tissue or from human tissue, you should not extract DNA because this reference material will not be suitable for that. Use of material in accordance with the purpose is important for this reason. So in the certificates, the ambiguity, is it important? Why do we need this ambiguity? Because the ambiguity of the results show us the quality of the measurements. There is a margin of reliability that is being identified, and it is obligatory to abide by the limits so that the results are comparable. And this is also necessary for accreditation. It gives us information about the measurement procedure, and it gives assistance to the laboratory's measurement quality. The components are more than one: sampling, keeping, ambiguity because of the technician, ambiguity because of the device used, ambiguity because of the contamination of the environment, and ambiguity because of the matrix. These are the components of the ambiguity. I will give you examples from a few reference materials that we produce. As TÜBİTAK, we have a reference material used for halal food. This is a processing project that we have completed. There are also other materials that are available. In the first stage, there are two tissues from that are turned into ground meat and homogenized as small particles. So we are talking about a 1% mixture. It has to be homogeneous. So from a DNA isolation of 50 milligrams, we are trying to do that. At the sample homogenization stage, of course, I didn't give all of the information here. At the stage of homogenization, there are certain processes available. And then we powderize so that we can activate the enzymes and we can prolong the shelf life. So we grind, as you see the ground meat with dry ice. By the help of a grinder, we did this. Why did we use dry ice? Because the pork tissue is very oily, very fatty. So during the grinding, because of the fat, it leads to bulks, and which has an impact on the homogenization. After that, when you put it in the bottles, these are the stages that you will go through. It looks really simple, but this is not the case. If you have DNA isolation and PCR, you see that your sample is not homogenized, so you go back to square one. The studies that I share here with you are the result of a very long process. Of course, the method validation is required for DNA isolation and PCR as well. So we used our own kits for this. Some of these products are sold right now. 1% and 10% mixtures. Those were demanded from us by an institute for horse meat and for bovine and for pork. We also have requests from CIMIC countries, CIMIC member countries. So second reference material is tried to be produced. Horse, chicken, duck, salmon. So more than one animal combination is tried to be used for this reference material. As I mentioned earlier, processing is important here. These are all done by the methods that we have developed and through PCR assays. This is what we are trying to do. These are some of the samples that will be sold by our institute in the coming years. With your demands, we can also produce new reference materials. In the reference material laboratory, there are some reference materials for food safety and food security. These are available online as well, and you can send us email so that we can help you for the provision of such reference materials. In addition to that, in order to there's also the competence tests that we regulate in our institute. We do it twice a year. The species allocation and jelly species allocation. As I mentioned earlier, there are many laboratories that provide negative results, and although there are non-halal products, they give negative results. This is really painful, but the good thing is if a laboratory gives negative results, it can take reference material from us, and then they can make use of it and give positive results. For this reason, the competence tests are very important. We began to work with the accreditation agency, and within the scope of OIC CIMIC 36, we are seeking to undertake accreditation. We have started to work on that. About the reference materials that I have shared, these are the links that are beneficial. The reference material producers in the world and meteorology laboratories. I hope it was beneficial for you, the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yalçınkaya, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, we will have a short coffee break and we will be back at 4 p.m. Thank you. Dear colleagues, now that we all have had our afternoon coffees, we can continue with the presentations. Our next speaker will be Mr. Bilal Çakır from the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Mr. Bilal Çakır has worked in the field as a chemist, researcher, and technical expert for various pharmacy companies and laboratories. Apart from the technical aspect of laboratory work, Mr. Çakır is also experienced in laboratory management. In his current role as Deputy Laboratory Coordinator, he is responsible for coordinating the work of 37 laboratories and workshops which operate under the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Mr. Çakır will speak about halal compliance in laboratories and his university's experience with the SMEEC 35 and ISO 17025 standards. Mr. Çakır, the floor is yours.
Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatühü. Sayın Başkanım, değerli katılımcılar, online platformda bizi...
Distinguished participants who are present in the meeting room and also who are listening to us via virtual platforms. I'm working as a researcher and laboratory manager for 10 years. In my presentation, I will talk about the issue that my colleagues have already talked about, and I will also compare some examples about the issues that we have been facing and observing. Our university has Halal Food Research and Development Center, and it received support from the Istanbul Development Agency, and we have a budget about 2 million Turkish liras. As you see, we have 350 square meters area, and we have chromatography and also preliminary investigations and heteroscopy laboratories, and we have also chemical laboratories and microbiology laboratories. We have these type of different segments and departments in our laboratories, and our laboratories are in line with the regulations of the Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture, and also our laboratories are accredited with CIMIC 35, and we have this competency. This is how we designed our laboratories. As you see, these laboratories are clean, and you can see sample preparation laboratory, and these sample preparatory laboratories have equipments which are produced this polypyrethane, and we have chromatography laboratories for these composite analysis and also some other specific molecular analysis systems. And in this chromatography laboratory too uses GCMS system and also GCFI system. And in this laboratory we use these aromas and also essential and also oil and also alcohol analysis and also masses in alcohols. And we have 7-8 different analyses in this laboratory. And spectroscopy laboratory 1, we have used photometry FDR systems. And in this laboratory, we can use quantitative amount, and also we are also working on spectroscopy laboratory 2, and we will work in this ICFL systems. This is what we are planning to do. And in our microbiology laboratory, we have 4 different units, and there is one flow process, and also in our current system we can check 16-17 parameters, and also we are planning to obtain accreditation for several products and also for certain tests. Molecular biology and genetic laboratory, in this one we can check the pork DNA, and we are planning to be accredited for 3 activities, and I will show you more details about this issue. This laboratory, we have this proficiency and as for the international POFAS, you can see some parameters on the screen, and we have the pork DNA, amino acids, vitamin, oil, and also other parameters related to oil, and I will share two of them with you. These proficiency test reports in this material, we have, for example, as regards to the amount of alcohol in the orange juice, and we are number 9, laboratory number 9, and because of our accuracy, and also it shows the results that we achieve, and because of the limitations, these limits, and there are some technical problems, for example, LDU, LQD problems. For example, we have this measurement limit and also deduction limits. As you see on the screen, it is 0.1 laboratory. Since it was unable to detect it, it failed. As a result, it had serious problems in its accreditation problems. If it had achieved more accurate results, if it had analyzed in a more comprehensive way, it could have passed the proficiency test. And so in all analysis in our countries, unfortunately, the measurement limits are not paid attention or taken into consideration in a diligent way, and it is a common problem that I observe. As regards to the bovine meat, we see the proficiency test in regards to positive and also a negative test, and we see that there is one test and they send both of them to us, and then you need to provide the results at the same time. And if you passed all these tests and then methodology and method validation, the Turkish Accreditation Kurum institution says this validation methodology and methodology validity is important, which I will talk about this issue. As regards to accreditation, following the pandemic, this year and also last year, we had to postpone our activities, and we are talking about, as you see, instrumental analysis, chemical analysis, microbiology analysis, and molecular biology. We are planning to be accredited in 20, and we have 5 years plan, which we aim to achieve accreditation for 140 tests in the field. And since we are a research-based laboratory, we have so many interesting results, and I would like to share 3 interesting samples with you. The first, Holy Quran and the Hadith book, a firm that uses this, and the company learns that this glue has animal glue, and in order to analyze whether it is from a pig or from another product, and it applied several laboratories, but none of them said they can get the result. And after that, the company applied to us, and we worked on this, and unfortunately, we realized that we get the result that it is the pork glue, and the company, the publishing house, realized that all the products and Holy Quran publications were produced as a result of by using the pork products, and as a result, the halal gada is not only for food but also for biocidal products, or even though they are water-based products and they do not harm people, and it aims to combat against insects. These are important issues. Another one is the plant extract, and it's called a full supplement, and a company which works in this field, and it never thinks that there is an ethyl alcohol because it is produced on the basis of green technology, and realizes that the level we found out that there is this alcohol, ethyl alcohol 0.5, and some of the agents are sold in alcohol, and it is integrated into the process. Since we are working on these final products, we have process-based alcohol products. As you know, although we are working on these final product, we know that some of these alcoholic products may not be observed in the final product, but what we see, if we catch this, if we detect this, you need to go back to the beginning of this process, because there might be a systematic failure or there might be failure on the spot. And if it is a failure on the spot, you can't do anything. But if it's a systematic one, then you can fix it by working on this. And another interesting example is that a pharmaceutical company produces these tablets and asked us to check the level of alcohol, and when we said there might be this pork product, and we said we detected that there's both pork and also alcohol. These are essential examples. These are the samples that I would like to share with you. Of course, it is not. We are not only carrying out routine analysis as for the halal products. We have some other interesting projects. For example, the ethyl alcohol. I have been to Malaysia in other research and development laboratories, and we need to understand whether the alcohol is natural or synthetic. And I had a meeting with the director of the laboratory in Ankara. It is a sensitive issue. Of course, the legislation says up to 1% it is acceptable, and up to 1% it falls within the limits. But if you use, you know that it will be less than 100% if in tons of liquids. So if you use it on purpose as an expert of chemical and chemistry, it is not an issue of technical aspect, but from the religious perspective, from the fatwa perspective, I'm not an expert of the religious perspectives, but from the technical perspective, if possible, it needs to be proven. And I think it is important to pay attention. And also, in these pork-based products, this peptide analysis, and we need to discover the peptide brands. And according to the literature that we currently have, this molecular biology, Erciyes Gıda, Yıldız Gıda, which means food, and the head of our department, Professor Hasan Yetim, there is an article on this. As regards to the peptide, unfortunately, we can't say these are the major brands of peptides. We do not have a system to detect this, and we are working on certain projects. I have been working on proteins and also peptides for almost 10 years, and it is related to PCR activities, and it can verify, and I think it is an extra methodology to verify these peptides, and we are using this methodology which is based on PCR, and I think they can verify each other, and it will be a contribution to the literature. Thanks a lot. That's all from my side, and thanks for your patience. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer your questions via email. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Çakır, for this presentation. The last speaker of the day will be Mr. Fahrettin Özcan. Mr. Özcan is the founder of Letgen Biotechnology, which provides products and services which are mainly focused on diagnostics and research-related molecular biology. Letgen Biotechnology has experience in commercializing halal-focused testing kits, which are important tools in the process of determining the proficiency of laboratories providing services for the halal industry. Unfortunately, Mr. Özcan was unable to travel to Ankara, so he will be delivering his presentation online. Mr. Özcan, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, Mr. Özcan, we can hear you and we can see you.
Herkese merhabalar. Ses ve görüntüde problem olursa beni
If
uyarırsanız
there's a
sevinirim.
problem,
Bir gözümün
please
üzerinde kısmı
warn
yok
me,
olacak.
because
Sorularınız
I'll be checking the
devam
chat
ederken
box as well so that I can answer your questions. So you can also forward your
özel
questions through the
olarak
chat
değerli
box.
başkanımız, katılımcılarımız,
Distinguished President, distinguished participants, I would like to greet all of you with
bu
respect.
konferansı organizasyonu sürecinde
In the organization process,
üniversiteler,
several institutions have played significant roles. I'd like to thank them. I have been following up the presentations. I have taken notes. Today, I'm going to touch upon PCR
sertifikasyon sürecinde laboratuvarların
in
etkisi
the
çok önemli.
Halal
Kısa bir
certification. The
sürede
laboratories play a significant role in this process.
PCR
We have to
metotlarının daha
be
efektif nasıl kullanılabilir
able to use the
için
PCR methods in a more effective way, and I am going to focus on this in my presentation.
Ben yaklaşık 10
For the
yıl
last
civarında
10
PCR
years, I have
teknolojileri
been working on
çalışıyorum.
PCR
Burada
technologies.
2-3 yıldır
In the last
Letgem
2-3 years,
mühendisliği çatısı altında
under the roof of Letgem
araştırma
Biotechnology, I carry out research, development, and production.
Öncelikli olarak bizim en çok
Primarily,
metot
our
geliştirme,
main
metot geliştirmeyle ilgili
aim is to develop
sertifikalar
methods,
verildi.
and
Burada
food analysis is a field that we try to develop methods. So we also focus on halal analysis. This can be defined as our core business,
PCR teknolojileri
which is the PCR technologies. Other than that, we also have
analiz panelleri üzerinde
analysis panels as our
öncelikli
other
olarak
field.
sunumun içeriği olarak
When we take a look at the outline of my presentation,
hangi
which platforms
domuz DNA
are
sitesinde kullanılabileceği
to be used in identifying porcine DNA.
testine örnek olabilecek
And I have selected this as an example, this porcine DNA. It does not cover all of the halal analysis, but it's one of the most important ones. That's why I'll continue with that. The PCR workflow. This is the second topic that I'll touch upon. This is important for the people who are at the stage of establishing a laboratory or who have recently established a laboratory.
PCR sonuçlarında
In the PCR results,
bize pozitif veya
it can be positive or negative, but it's not given like that. This is not a diagnostic device. This is a research device, so the results are not positive or negative. So accurate evaluation of data is very important. Because of wrong evaluation of data, PCR results might be false. That's why I'll touch upon this. This has already been identified. So I'll also talk about validation. Letgem Biotechnology is the private company that I work for. Right now, we try to focus on method development. We provide services to several commercial kit producers. We provide them know-how. And technology transfer is another thing that we focus on, both at national and international level. TÜBİTAK MAM is one of the examples. About a very recent porcine DNA identification. There is quite a new method. It's completely different from what exists in the market. We have transferred this method technology. It will be turned into a commercial kit, and it will be in the market in the next 1.5 months. The validation report preparation, design of oligobiotics, and verification, the positive controls, synthesizing the positive controls in the kit. These are the other activity areas. From the analysis platform, of course, this is just a generalization, and I didn't include each and every one of them, but I'll try to give the details specific to PCR in this respect. I have talked about porcine DNA. It can be meat-based or jelly sourced. So there can be porcine ingredients. And for identifying this, these are the basic platforms that can be used in various countries. Some of them are specifically preferred. In some countries, there is no consensus about which method to use. But when we take a look at the world in general, real-time PCR is the one mostly used.
Önceki sunumlarda Mr. Muhammed
Mr. Mohamed Hussein has clearly mentioned that
pek çok avantajı
NGs without target specification were quite important. For NGS, actually, you need a significant investment for the laboratory because this device is quite an expensive one. It is for the widespread use of these laboratories is not possible for NGS because it is quite costly when compared to other panels. Another thing is maintenance and sustainability. These are also very costly in NGS laboratories. For economic enterprises, in other words, for the enterprises after profit, this is not very suitable. I wish it were, because this is quite a practical method and it can analyze several parameters at the same time. There are also some novelties in real-time PCR. I'd like to share them with you too. Mr. Mohammed Hussein touched upon them. Up to 3-4 targets, they can be checked together. And there are new prop technologies which can increase this number to 10, 12. In food analysis, this is not highly used. There's only one commercial kit company which uses this for food analysis. In vet and health sector, this is highly preferred. The validated methods are also becoming widespread. When we compare real-time and NGC, one of them is target-specific. In other words, you check if something exists or not in real-time PCR. In NGS, you check all the genome and you try to analyze what you have, and you can see it as a whole after the end of the analysis. In DNA-based methods, the isothermal amplification or LEM PCR has been in the agenda. This is not a novel method, but it has been subject to several researches and several methods have been developed. It's quite a practical one. You do not need the laboratory for that. It is mobile, and under isothermal amplification, you see some kind of a cassette reader, and by the help of this device, you can do such analysis in mobile format, so you do not need any devices pertaining to it. And even for some parameters, it is possible to use it even at home. Many companies are working on that, especially during the COVID-19 period. This has been highly preferred. It works very well. The sample preparation time is shorter. The investment cost is low. And it's quite a cheap analysis in terms of investments as well. You see the device here, and it's a cheap one, I mean, when compared to the other ones. And in terms of analysis unit costs, when compared to NGS and real-time PCR, it's quite economical. But there is a problem with the system, which is false positivity and false negativity. In terms of performance of exclusivity and inclusivity, it is lower or worse than the other methods, only a little. But when you compare this with ELISA, when you compare ELISA and isothermal antification, there are several publications about that, several studies about that. These ratios are better in isothermal when compared to ELISA. For this reason, it is quite a significant method. As I mentioned earlier, several methods are being prepared, and commercial kits are now being prepared as well. The oldest commercial kit actually dates back to 2-3 years ago, so we cannot say that this is a settled or very established method right now. Isothermal antification or LAMP PCR, these are also issues that we are interested in. We do not take definite results when compared to real-time PCR. Digital PCR or digital droplet PCR is another star of the PCR group, and in the very near future it will be climbing in the agenda. The digital PCR does not have a widespread method, especially in cosmetic analysis and food analysis right now. In general, when we take a look at the standards, there are only a few methods that are used and which are quite new, and they are not established very well. The digital PCR gives us a good number of multiplex, so we can increase the number by the help of digital PCR, which gives us incredible results. What do I mean? I will explain this by the help of an example. In real time, there are 4 parameters that you can identify with a single DNA isolation, with a single wheel, and it can even increase to 12 with the new props. In digital PCR, we can reach 80, 90 targets. So this gives us the opportunity to analyze several parameters at the same time. Our comfort in NGS can be caught in digital PCR as well. In terms of investment cost, it is triple the amount of real-time PCR. But when the technology is widespread, the costs will come down. With this perspective in mind, we expect the costs to be reduced to the level of 50,000 USD. Since the device will be used in a widespread manner, it will increase the number of methods as well. On the basis of DNA, there are some other techniques like Sanger-based techniques, metabar coding systems as well, but I don't want to go in the details because they're not very useful for porcine at this point. The DNA-based methods, the biggest advantage is the identification limits. We can go down, and this is very important in halal certification because even a negligible amount is a problem for halal purposes. The only group that we can catch this is the PCR and NGS. In other words, with sequencing and PCR group, we can be able to identify the negligible amounts. When we take a look at protein-based methods, the investment costs and the analysis are lower. The analysis cost is lower as well. But what do we compromise? It is the identification limit. The identification limit is lower, I mean, in the DNA-based methods, but here it's not so. For example, in horse meat analysis or in health-focused allergen analysis, the protein-based techniques can meet our expectations. These are also sensitive methods. It can go low to 3%, 4%, but when the issue is about the porcine, 0.01% is the expectation, and we had many validation processes, and we have analyzed several samples in the last 10 years. As a trace, actually, there are interesting contaminations stemming from porcine. We do not want this. For this reason, DNA-based techniques are completely segregated. ELISA and rapid tests, especially in Arabic countries, these are also widely used in correlation with PCR. They're okay. There's a certain level of compatibility, but of course, when you take into consideration the identification limits, it is not so easy. If we are talking about a processed food, or if we are talking about food with porcine jelly, it's not possible to catch them with rapid tests. There's another method that is available, but we did not have research and development for that because PCR is more attractive. That's why we focused on PCR. There are serologic methods, chromatographic methods, but in terms of identification limits, we have a problem in these. That's why we do not focus on these.
Real-time PCR, neden real-time?
Why real-time PCR?
Biraz toparlamak istiyorum.
I'll just wrap up, and I'd like to talk about the principle of PCR as well. PCR is a rapid method when compared to the other method. It's not the fastest, it's not the most rapid one, but in terms of the results, it's not a rapid method, but it is a quick one, it is a fast one in terms of workflow pertaining to the pace. I'll give you more clear information.
Net bir metot,
It's a clear method.
gerçekten
It is definitive.
tüm dünyada, sadece şu an
In the world, I'm not only talking about porcine or allergens, and when we and in the field of health, in the field of vet, in identification of zoonoses, in the plants, in identification of plant pathogens,
tohum geliştirme,
in seed development, agronomics, on the side of animals and plants. This is a method intensively used.
COVID-19
And in COVID-19,
her tarafta bu cihaz çok yaygın.
this device has been quite popular.
Farklı ülkelerden de örnek.
I'll give examples from Turkey and from other countries. Whenever you go somewhere, you can easily find a PCR device.
Tüm geleneksel
In 81 provinces of Turkey, in each province, actually, it's easy to find PCR. Not in all of the provinces, but in all of the provinces, the PCR is available. PCR device is available. It is the same for the European countries. We are talking about 203,000 analysis capacity per day. For this reason, the infrastructure has been strengthened and the number of devices has increased. What will happen when COVID-19 comes to an end? What will we do with all these devices? No one asks this anymore because PCR has been so widespread and so intensively used that we have adopted all our methods to real-time PCR. We use this as an opportunity, actually. Hopefully, inshallah, COVID-19 will come to an end or will be alleviated, but it looks like we will be making use of these devices in other areas. Until now, it has not been used so widespreadly because the device was not so widespread, but this is not the case right now. We have many devices all around the world. We have overcome this problem. So limit of detection is the term that I'm going to use throughout the presentation, especially in the part related to validation. Limit of detection, in other words, the lowest point detected by the method is important in order to understand the sensitivity of this method. The real-time PCR methods show us that. Now, DNA copies, 10 DNA copies, this is a fixed term used. So, in the isolated DNA, you can identify that. In other words, or in the words of a layperson, 0.01% is the ratio that we can attain in real-time PCR. In our starting sample, if the DNA is damaged or if the DNA is mixed with different compounds, the intensity might decrease, but we can see that and we can check it as positive. For example, if you have pork and if you check it as an unprocessed meat, it's so easy to understand if this is horse or pork. You can use any method, but unfortunately, these are not the samples that we have. It can be jelly sourced, or we have to work with with an over-processed meat or fatty parts. Does it include pork or not? We want to see that. And 0.01% is the limit of detection, which is quite advantageous for us. 1%, 10% limit of detection is not something that we are after in DNA damaged products, or sometimes we cannot identify positivity. This is quite a specific method. I can say this for all of the analysis because it has technology. When compared to conventional PCR, prop has been included in real-time PCR. So what do we mean by prop technology? Prop technology has been evolved with real-time PCR. We have a prop system which gives us a very good level of specificity. This is something very easy. Basic molecular biology knowledge is sufficient with 2-3 days of primary prop design. You can design a commercial kit for any gene or for any disease or for any species. When we take a look at the primary prop designs, we use certain softwares. These softwares are continuously revised so that we can use real-time PCR in a more efficient way. In general use, high specificity is attained. It saves time. A very simple workflow in the laboratory comes with that. The results are repeatable. The results can be produced again. In the previous presentation, Mr. Burhanettin also mentioned this as a characteristic required in a method. We can ensure this by real-time PCR, and you can establish this with acceptable laboratory investments, as I have shown in my previous presentation. The amounts are not as high as digital PCR. These devices, these laboratories can be established in a cheaper way. The real-time PCR device is the most expensive part of this laboratory, which is under the brand of Roche. This is the widespread used device. 80% of the investment cost goes to this device. In many of the countries, you can buy a second-hand device with a cheaper cost. This is also possible in our country. This is just like vehicles. This device is quite widespread. For this reason, there's a second-hand market available. This is quite helpful for the people who are willing to establish a laboratory, who are willing to undertake molecular analysis. There are several standards, many articles about real-time PCR. We have a we have an ocean of data collection for a real-time PCR. There are several methods for that. If you validate a method in a laboratory and if you'll be accredited for that, if there's an issue that is bothering you about that method, you can leave that method and you can prefer another method. So you have several alternatives pertaining to that. This is something very good for us. And not all of the methods are logical or rational for everyone. So we have many options. You can also create an in-house method. In other words, you can design your primary prop and you can create an in-house method for you with validation. And you can validate the method with tests of different laboratories. The matrix impact is low. It exists, of course. This is an important issue in PCR, but it's less. Or why did it decrease? Because it was more when compared to 5 years. 5 years ago, because there's a very important input which is named as master mix. This master mix input has developed in the recent years. The unwanted DNA from matrix can be named as inhibitors, and these inhibitors are prevented to be included in the analysis. In other words, there are some technologies for preventing inhibitors. Some of them are patented. In principle, I don't want to go in detail, but after target DNA isolation, you load this to your device and you want to check if it exists or not. So we are talking about an analysis, a target-specific analysis. In the device, there can be some temperature changes, and which creates cycles. An average PCR method changes between 35 to 50 cycles. Throughout all these cycles, you will repeat the temperatures. Yeah, of course, it can change according to the method, but a PCR can last between 1 hour 20 minutes to 2 hours. The primaries are always reproducing, and in the end, at the end of 50 cycles, the multiplied thing gives us millions or billions. So it gives us a negative result or a positive result. There's a graph that you can. This is a random image I have taken from the device. At the bottom, in other words, on x-axis, you see the cycles. This is a PCR of 42 cycles. On the left-hand side, in other words, on the y-axis, you see the power of the amplification. Some amplifications are multiplied during the cycles. The kit and the target were matched, so the samples that we see as amplified are the positive samples. The positive samples the amplifications of 8 and amplifications of 14. These are the results that we have. The first CPs at the beginning had high quantification of positivity. Why? Because the matching was earlier reached and gave us an amplification. There are also latecomers like 26, 28, 30. I try to show by the help of the mouse, but I think you might not see it. So I will 30, 32 is the number that we have for changing into positivity. In the sample that we analyze, whatever we are looking for. For example, pork DNA, the quantification is lower.
Bu mantıkta temel prensip
With this basic principle,
az önce söylediğim konuyu tekrarlamış olayım.
I will repeat what I said before. At the end of real-time PCR, the device will not give us definite negativity or positivity, in other words, exclusivity or inclusivity. So the expertise of the individual here is very important. Now, for example, at 36, 38, it might not be called as amplification, but there are some movements. It looked like it will be multiplied, but the PCR came to an end.
Pozitif olarak mı sonuçlanmışız? Negatif
So will it be a positive result or a negative result? It depends on the experience level of the person undertaking the analysis. How will she decide? The
DNA izolasyon
DNA isolation before the PCR, the nanogram of the DNA, if it is high, then this late positivity will be named as not positive. But if only negligible amount of DNA has been attained in the previous test, then you can name this as positive. In other words, the workflow, I will show it in detail. When you take a look at this workflow, the flow here, it starts with preparing the sample, continues with DNA isolation, and at the end of DNA isolation, you will measure that DNA, and you will continue PCR in accordance with the measured DNA. In order to end up with positive or negative, the value that you have after this DNA isolation is a very important data. It gives us an idea about how you will report.
real-time PCR şu anda multiplex bir sistem olduğundan bahsediyor.
Real-time PCR is a multiplex system, as I mentioned earlier. It has 4 or 5 channels.
Yeni probe teknolojileriyle de
With the new prop technologies, the number of channels
bu kanal sayısının 12 tane de
can reach
bunun nasıl
up to 12.
olabilir?
You might have a question of how. I can explain it with the graphs.
Cihazda bir amplifikasyon
Now, we take the device into amplification in 4 or 5 channels.
metodlar 4
Most of the time, we continue the methods with 4 channels.
amplifikasyon aldığımız kanalda
In the channel that we have amplification, we will comment on positivity and negativity, which is based on quantification. This is quantification-based resulting, and each channel
kör kısmında cihazın
uh,
kısmında 3'e yakın farklı bir identifikasyon
is subject to a separate identification from the melting curve of the device. When we come to the melting, there are 3 separate species that we can identify. To give an example, it's a bit complicated. I want this to be properly understood. For example, if we are talking about
amplifikasyonda pozitif verdiğinde melting kısmına giriyorsunuz.
if it is positive in the amplification, when you go to the melting, you can identify if it is a horse, a zebra, or a donkey. So only on one channel, you check the 3 parameters. So when you use the 4 channels, you can do the analysis up to 12.
And you can scan all these issues, but what we know is true, thanks to the new prop technologies, it is technically and theoretically possible that you can have 16 target multiplex, and there is an increase in these fields, and we are also working on a new methodology. Of course, we are talking about this. It is much more difficult to establish the methodology comparing to 4 or 5 channel multiplex. But the design,
sunum gözükmüyor mu?
can you see my screen? I just wanted to check if the presentation is on the screen. Yes, we can see your presentation on the screen, so we can also see you on the screen.
Mesajlar kısmında
Because on,
kapatıp
I just need to close my presentation and then reopen it because I received some messages that it is not seen on the screen.
görünmesini sağlamaya çalışıyorum.
I'm just trying to fix it.
Görünmüyor. Tamam. Çıkıyor ama okey, bunun için
Yeah, it seems you are not able to see it. Let me think how to fix the problem. Yes, I just wanted to share. We see you and also the presentation on the screen. So we checked the screen and also the Zoom. Maybe because of the settings of some of the participants, Zoom participants, they may not be able to see it, but we see all these, the presentation on all screens. Yes, okay, it seems there is no technical problem. Let me continue where I stopped. As I said, the multiplicity can be up to 12. And as regards to the porcine detection real-time PCR kit, there are several kits. And as regards to the porcine detection, it seems there is a problem on the screen. Some people say that my screen is bigger. If there is any setting, let me continue. Let me share one point with the issues. If they want to see you bigger size, they need to click on you. If they want to see the presentation, they need to click on the presentation. That's it. Be it on their tablet or iPad or mobile phone or computer. Yes, I think it's a useful information to share. Thanks a lot. So, as regards to porcine detection real-time PCR kits, there are several commercial kits. Last year, I counted up to 35 and I stopped counting after 35, and some of them are being used and available in the market for several years. This porcine detection, of course, it's not only for halal analysis, because since the meat of pork is cheap and unhealthy, there is a demand for the analysis for other purposes as well. So it is commonly used in some European locations. And also, I would like to share some figures, which is not based on data, but these PCR, the use of PCR kits, I'm following them. And when I look at the overall situation, the porcine detection kit is used comparing to other halal purposes, and we know when we follow laboratories which consume this issue, these kits, and especially for tahshim purposes, and in order to reduce the cost of an additional product. And they add a product, and I think this halal certification, we talk about all these issues. There are numerous demands, and ministries from different countries are trying to do something, but we have very limited number, and I can't say that. Of course, there are analysis, but I can say that there is a there is a lower number of tests than it should be. And these are used for some other purposes, as I said, this analysis and whether it is available or not. There are several PCR kits which are available in the market, and the limit of detection is 0.01%, some of them 101%, but the Tubitak, as far as I know, Tubitak MAM also developed, and it's a method that is used for analysis, so it is well established, and its validation report is 0.01. And we, as the MEPCAM technology, we transferred this technology from Tubitak, and as I said, we are manufacturing this, and we are in the process of manufacturing, and these products will be available in the market soon. We are excited, hope that analysis will be more accurate and sensitive, and real-time PCR for porcine detection. As regards, of course, internal control, positive control, and negative control are inevitable parts, and it cannot. These are essential. Of course, it might be on a regular basis or on some cases, whether the animal DNA is isolated or not. So we can call it animal DNA control. So checking the isolation part is important, because you may not need to check if it is less processed, so you can isolate it in any case. But for a processed meat, processed product, you need to check whether the targeted part is isolated or not. And also you should also mm, need to have verification report of the kit that is being used. And especially for international laboratories are important, and also there is need for quality study, and also it needs to be documented. These are important issues. These are the issues to be taken into consideration. And as regards to the PCR laboratory workflow, let me give you the full picture. I just talked about these issues from part by part, but I would like to provide you the full part. And we need to homogenize it, and we need to move to the DNA isolation part, and then there's a stage of preparing master mix, and we need to check how many samples in your plate, and then when you put the isolated DNAs, and then you put on in this PCR, and then you begin the sample, and then you produce the report of that sample. You may ask, do you check yes or not, or is it possible to analyze it quantitative on PCR? A real-time PCR is, the other name is qPCR. Q means quantitative. Q stands for quantitative. That means quantitative analysis is possible in real-time PCR kits. However, as regards to the porcine analysis, I'm sure no one has worked on the quantitative part, because there is no demand. We do not want to see any amount of porcine and pork there. So it is not important for us. As I stated while I was talking about the principle, if CP is early and the amplification is on the rise, it should be higher positive, and if it is later, it should be lesser positive quantitative determination, and it is useful to know this. And PCR laboratory staff needs to be trained. It is essential for all laboratories. So when we establish a laboratory, full-fledged laboratory, we always provide trainings stop for 2 days, and 1 hour is for introduction of the devices, which is mainly technical, and the rest is about data analysis and evaluation of data. And we also provide remote training for 3 months, and it is free of charge, and we have customer services lines, and they can reach us at any time to interpret the results. And of course we can support them to uh, make their decisions, and which brand you use, which device you use, and the qualification of the analyzers are important. As I said, PCR laboratories, 85% of the cost relies on the devices. The rest is, of course, can we use one device to analyze it? No, we need a laboratory. If possible, samples are prepared in different rooms, and isolation is done in a different room. That means minimum 3 and optimum 3 4 5 optimum 5 4 5 rooms. And there is also need for a ventilation system, and also there is need for various tools to prevent contamination. However, we know that there are some laboratories which do not have these facilities but still provide services and produce services. When we look at the equipments, what do we need? We need a vortex, which is a simple device, centrifuge. We also need a heater block. It is important, which we use for the isolation while we isolate the DNA. And also we also need a set for the analysis, and we can begin analyzing process. DNA isolation, because it is a recent outcome, there are two methodologies. You can choose one of them. You can use commercial kits, or you can produce manual and in-house kits. We have enough information, academic information, and also academic knowledge and other type of knowledge. And it is an easy task. Even though you make a mistake, you can get the DNA. It is not critical, and it is not a challenging process. There are two methodologies. We have filter column methods. Filter column methods, and most of the commercial kits prefer this one. And also there is this stop CTAP based methods. And of course the naming is not identical. This is how I call it. And CTAP based methods, there is no filter, and there is no flow that you catch DNA with your filter, and you get amplified DNA. However, you get high DNA, and it is cheap and it is simple, and centrifuge is goes down and it's simple. As for the filtered column, which you see on the left side of your screen, which is more expensive, which is clearer, and which is purified. First you put your sample to a filter, and then you wash it 2-3 times depending on your methodology, and the more you wash it, the more purified DNA, and there is no, you get DNA at the end, and then you get a purified DNA, and then you can continue the PCR process with no problem. Of course, in most of the analysis, we recommend these filter isolation methods. Of course, there are many commercial kits. However, what we have seen in this porcine analysis, yes, we want this purified and clean DNA, but our observation, our concern is to get high DNA. Yes, we have a sensitive methodology, but we need to get maximum DNA. So we may not be able to get this jelly product in the final product. Therefore, I have seen this approach in an article written by Professor Esra, Dr. Esra Altıntop, who wrote this article for TÜBİTAK MAM. And I have read several other articles and we have analyzed this. Although we get this dirty and unpurified DNAs, you can eliminate this. Comparing to other analysis, there is a different information. There is a different information because CTAP based methods, which is used, and it has a longer life cycle. However, it is clear that when we look at the samples which are challenging, we need longer lifespan, we need longer period, and it is valid and applicable to filter column methods and also CTAP based methods. Of course, we need this, and as a result of the first incubation period, there is need for a longer period. So for the jelly based products, for example, we are working on a pill and pharmaceutical companies, and we can isolate it in 4 hours for the CTAP based methods, and if we use filter column methods, it is 5 hours. So the filter column methods gets longer. But if we work on an easier sample, for example, we work on sausage, and if we want to detect whether there is any porcine or not, we can use the CTAP based methods. In 15 minutes, we can reduce it to 15 minutes. However, the filter column methods, it is still 45 minutes. It is an important issue. This is why I wanted to focus on this. As for the master mix, I'm talking about the workflow. It is an important input because you always have master mix in your product that you buy, and you need to know what you have in it because you may want to create your in-house method. And it might, I think it is related to the feature of the work, and it is important in inhibition protect because a master mix that prevents inhibition is important, and we are happy with our device. And also in some kits, the final volume, that means the final volume that you upload to the PCR, we do not recommend 10 to 15. The final volume should be 20 to 25 microliters. And real-time PCR, of course, I have talked about Tacman methodologies, which was common, and we have also Cyber Green, but Cyber Green and there is error in positive and also negative results, and we may have real time. If you use real time PCR kits, so Tacman Prop techniques and methodologies should be used. It is important. It's a recent issue that has become an issue for us following the COVID-19 real-time shipping. So you should be able to transfer these kits with the temperature, room temperature. And now it is possible because it is technically possible. I am sending products. We are exporting kits to many countries in different parts of the world. And while we export this, we then, of course, the cold chain is not possible in all countries. Thanks to the EU-Turkey contracts, these dried ice exports are easy to organize, but if we send it to African countries, to Arab countries, or if we export it to Asia, dried ice is a real problem and it may cause certain delays. So room temperature shipping is possible for all the kits that we have developed. And we can achieve it because in master mix we have the enzyme can be used through certain technological kits, and we have this hot stop technology and we can protect them. And even there is no performance loss irrespective of the temperature. I think I'm running out of time, but I would like to talk about this issue. Hope it is not boring.
Evet. Tamam. Biraz sorun varmış. Çok hızlı anlatacağım. Datanın
I'll be very quick. In the evaluation of data, this is very important. I mentioned earlier. To wrap up what I have
4 tane
discussed earlier, there are 4 channels that are used most intensively, and there was a sample that I mentioned for pork. CY5 channel is available, and in our sample A, the FAM channel, when we is the channel that we check the DNA of pork, and then ROX channel is the channel to check if animal DNA is available or not. In process control,
DNA izolasyon sürecini kontrol ettik.
we check the DNA isolation process. In other words, did we isolate DNA or not? This is where we see, where we check. And in sample A, it was only FAN positive, and animal DNA was attained. So we also realized that process control was working. The hex channel, it was negative. We already know that inhibition does not exist, so we can very easily give the result of pork positive. In sample B,
Sadece hex'te bir
only in hex we have a positivity, and the other channels are negative because but we cannot say negative here. There is also a problem in process control. It had to be positive, but it is negative, so it looks like this analysis is invalid because of isolation. Isolation has to be repeated here. In sample C, all the channels were negative. The amplification did not exist. It continued, and isolation and PCR, those were invalid. So this has to be repeated. In our final sample, the hex channel is internal control. It worked. In other words, there was no inhibition. The process control, in other words, DNA process, it was okay. There was no problem pertaining to that. But when we take a look at FAM channel, the target, where we check the existence of pork, there is negativity. And in ROX channel, it looks like we do not have animal DNA. The reporting here will be, there'll be, instead of saying no pork, we will say no pork and no animal DNA. So this will be more appropriate in terms of reporting. Pork is in the circle, and we didn't even find animal DNA, so we do not have to check a farm channel. So we can go back to square one in isolation, we can repeat, or we can say that there is no animal DNA in this product. Unfortunately, I will not be able to talk about validation. I didn't use my time properly. So there are certain points that I mentioned: limit of detection and inclusivity and exclusivity throughout the presentation. Validation, but regardless of the method used, is related to necessity of internal validation. I propose that validation should be done, and the PCR is quite significant in this analysis. We are talking about halal certification and halal analysis, so the limit of detection has to be as low as possible. The
Çok helal kesimle ilgili uygun olmadığını tekrar vurguluyorum. Ve burada sunumumu
and I'd like to
çok
come
teşekkür ederim.
end my words. There are a lot to talk about, to discuss. That's why this was a presentation that was compressed a little bit. My email address is given, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Çok hızlı maillerime dönüş yapıyorum.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Tartışabileceğimiz noktalar olduğunda
If there are any issues that we can discuss, we can also organize meetings through Zoom. I wish each and every one of you a fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, before closing the first day of the conference, I would like to invite all the speakers who are with us in person today under session 2 to the floor to receive their commemorative gifts from Mr. Zafer Soylu. Mr. Shojai Aliyabadi, Mr. Bilal Çakır, and Mr. Burhanettin Yalçınkaya, please. So, dear colleagues, final words. We will now close the first day of the conference. Thank you for being with us. And we would like to thank all our colleagues from around the world who showed great interest in the conference. Please note that this is a 2-day conference. We have 2 more important sessions tomorrow. The first session will deal with personal qualifications of staff working in the halal industry. And the second session will focus on technology, blockchain, and its use in halal certification. We wish you all a great day and hope to see you with us tomorrow again. Have a good evening.